NASCAR on Fox live from Bristol Motor Speedway. It rained this morning, but it has let up. The track has been dried out. There's Casey Kane with Clint Boyer. Kane starting up front, Boyer starting the back of the pack at 37th, and Jimmy Johnson starting 28th. You heard about his success, a six-time champ, but in the last 5 short track races, Michael Waltrip, he has not led a lap.
Wow, and he struggled mightily at Martinsville, our last short track race. This team qualifying in the back has got to be a concern for them, especially when you couple that with the fact of how difficult it is to pass here at Bristol.
Now, are you surprised the pit road penalties issues, whether it's speeding, too many men over the wall, that the numbers have been, we know the technology is there, so NASCAR has been able to kind of catch people in the act, but it's way off the charts. It's much greater than it was last year.
Well, the pit road speeding penalties aren't that much different, Chris. There's just 5 more of those. The other penalties, it's technology. When guys jump over the wall and land on the pit, if it's 1 foot too soon, then you get a flag for a penalty. Back before this year, it was just an eyeball the official puts on it when they wouldn't be able to call it that closely. So this is just technology. Pit road is called perfectly now.
And drivers and crews will react. It'll be part of how the race plays out today. The Food City 500 in support of Steve Byrnes and Stand Up to Cancer is live from Tennessee.
And now, for the words we've all been waiting for, please welcome your Grand Marshals, the children of 4-time Food City 500 winner Jeff Gordon, Ella and Leo Gordon.
Drivers, start your engine! Run!
That's perfect.
With Dad cheering them on, they'll be cheering Dad on. It was worth the wait for those kids, these drivers, and all of us. Thanks for hanging in there with us through the rain delay. And we're ready to go racing, and we're glad wherever you're watching that you are watching and tuning in here on Fox.
who just so happens to be my dad, Steve Byrnes. I love you, Dad. Enjoy the race, everybody.
Fox Sports welcomes you to the Food City 500 in support of Steve Byrnes and Stand Up to Cancer. A rainy morning, but the cars are uncovered, the drivers are aboard, and we are ready to race. Our thanks to Steve Smith and all the folks at Food City for sharing that sponsorship with Stand Up to Cancer and our buddy Steve Byrnes. Fox Sports coverage We are on the way to a green flag. Now, the racetrack is dry. Pit road's going to take just a little bit longer, especially where those cars were parked along the front straightaway pit road, but we're ready to race. Now, it's been quite a weekend so far, Larry. So many drivers have had trouble getting a hold of this racetrack. There have been a bunch of them bouncing off the wall, and now the morning rain has given us a green racetrack again.
Yeah, I think once some rubber got down on this racetrack, some drivers started getting a hold of it. But I go back to Greg Biffle spinning out on Friday totally by himself. Jimmy Johnson hitting the wall, and pole sitter Matt Kenseth. All that was before all this rubber went down, and now we're back to that condition with this racetrack.
So, all-time winner at Bristol Motor Speedway.
Yes.
What does this mean for today?
Well, you can run a lot of laps here in a very short period of time if you don't have any cautions. But with the track the way it is and the condition the way they are, and then you throw in the urgency, we don't know what this weather is going to do. We know there's weather in the area, so you're not looking at 500 laps right now. If you're a crew chief or a driver, you're looking at 250. And all you need here is to tell a guy he needs to pick it up. That's the worst. That's an ingredient for disaster right there. So we're just going to have to keep an eye on these guys and see what kind of strategy they deploy with the rain in the area.
All right, the cars are rolling off pit road behind the safety car. They're going to be stopped on the back straightaway in order to double them up and line them up and get ready to race here in the concrete canyons of Thunder Valley. We had a chance to talk to some of our NASCAR Sprint Cup Series drivers about the important cause that we support here today.
All of us here at the racetrack and the entire NASCAR community, as well as I know fans abroad, all are thinking of you and your family, and certainly sending all of our prayers.
Love you. Keep fighting hard. You're a huge inspiration to all of us.
Thinking about you every day, hoping you're resting well. We miss you, and hope to see you soon, buddy.
He's a great man, a great friend. Can't wait to see you the next time and get to talk a little Panther football with you, buddy. He covers the sport like no one else. He's done a lot for our sport and covered it the right way.
We miss you out here. Get well soon, man. We want to see you back out here at the racetrack.
Today in Bristol, we're all thinking about you, Steve Byrnes. Keep up the fight.
All of us Byrnes strong today, thinking of our friend and colleague Steve and his wife Karen, his son Bryson, and the Byrnes family, some of whom are here to help celebrate this day and this race. So all 43 cars have now rolled off pit road and form up behind the safety car and begin the pace laps. Still a bit of dampness on pit road. The pit stalls being dried by the individual teams using those big squirrel cage blowers that, in case you get a splashdown of your carpet or wherever, they'll bring those in and dry things off. They work. Today at Bristol Motor Speedway, 64 degrees, a lot warmer than last year. Similar conditions though, chance of rain and thunder showers with a light breeze. Green flag here delayed by about an hour and 15 minutes as we attempt to go 500 laps, a little over 250 miles. 30 down pit road, 150 to 160 for Sunoco race fuel. As the field comes around, every man on every crew up on the pit wall, saluting our friend and colleague. That's an awesome sight as we all stand up for Steve and stand up to cancer. That is a great tribute and a great indication of the strong support the NASCAR family, the entire NASCAR family, has for our own.
So much respect. I think it's a huge thing for Steve Byrnes and for these folks here at the track today, the respect they have for that man. Unparalleled.
A wonderful tribute as we get ready to race. Here's your Geico starting grid for today. Matt Kenseth has his second Bristol pole, won the race in his first. Brad Keselowski, his third front row start here. Carl Edwards is the defending champion of the race. Kevin Harvick, only his third top 5 start at Bristol. Denny Hamlin won our last short track race. That was Martinsville, and Joey Logano led every lap yesterday. Kurt Busch fastest in final practice. Casey Kane fastest yesterday morning. Paul Menard more top 10s here than anywhere else. Jamie McMurray 8th here last August. David Reagan 5th at Martinsville. Austin Dillon best start of the season. Dale Earnhardt Jr. a former Bristol winner, and Kyle Larson 10th last year. Justin Allgaier's best start of the season. Martin Truex top 10 every race this year. Landon Castle matches his best start there with Ryan Newman. Michael McDowell has his best Bristol start. A.J. Allmendinger made his Cup race debut in 07. Tony Stewart, the August 01 winner. Matt DiBenedetto, best career start. 5-time Bristol winner Jeff Gordon, then Brett Moffitt, and Lover's Lane, row 13, Ricky and Danica. Casey Mears and Jimmy Johnson deep in the field, who won here in 2010. J.J. Yaley with Eric Almirola, 3rd here last year. Trevor Bayne, David Gilliland will look through the rest of the field as Darrell gets on the horn.
Hey, Matt Kenseth, DW. Hey, buddy, you've chosen the outside here for the start, and the track still looks like there's a lot of rubber on it. You comfortable with starting on the outside there?
I'll let you know in a couple minutes, but yeah, it's still pretty dark. The big chunks of rubber, and it's not going to be real sticky, but the track's pretty dark, and seems to get pinned down there in the bottom, so I just figured we'd try the time, try to make it through 1 and 2 quick, and hopefully get on front.
All right, my friend, first pole of the year. Take advantage of it. You got the best seat in the house. Good luck.
Appreciate it, Darrell. Thank you.
All right, let's check in on pit road, beginning with Jamie Little.
Well, Mike, so often when it comes to Bristol, the difference between winning and losing comes down to pit road performance, and that includes the driver. Brad Keselowski's team behind me told me if they get a penalty today, it can be crippling. They've already had 3 penalties this year, including 1 last week. Pit road, both of them going to be critical today, Matt.
Fresh off his season's first top 10 finish, Carl Edwards couldn't pick a better place to go. The site where he won here 1 year ago. Now, Darian Grubb told me the track will have a number of changes as we go through each segment. That falls right into Carl Edwards' wheelhouse. He acclimates himself so well to the different conditions. Vince?
It's been a bit of a frustrating weekend for Dale Earnhardt Jr. and the 88 team. So if Jr. is to get his 2nd ever Bristol win here today, he and crew chief Greg Ives are going to have to find a balance they've yet to discover. The driver can make a difference here, but he's going to need a better car if he's get to victory lane. Chris?
Well, Luke Lambert was scheduled to start his 6-race suspension this weekend. However, late Friday, the team decided to push to a final appeal. Lambert missed all on-track activities on Friday, but he said the access he had to data and communication, he felt like he didn't miss a beat at the racetrack. Says for now, it's business as usual. Mike?
Fans continue to file in as we get ready for a rain-delayed start in Bristol, Tennessee. We'll attempt to run 500 laps today, weather permitting. Lights are out atop the safety car.
Yes, sir. And of course, what a great tribute we've had here this morning to our friend and colleague Steve Byrnes. Byrnes, I know this is one of my favorite parts of the race. You, Bryce, and Karen, we love you.
Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing for Steve Byrnes, guys.
Darrell, it looks like it's going to work out for Matt Kenseth in that 20 car, choosing the outside. Brad Keselowski and the 2 didn't really get a very good start.
No, and if the track's anything like it was yesterday, he's going to get pinned on that bottom. He's liable to get freight train down there.
Morning rain took the rubber from the speedway that was there after the end of yesterday's race. Kevin Harvick trying to prevail for 2nd on the outside, and does. And Joey Logano does not let his teammate up in line in 3rd. Now Brad's got room, and Joey gives him a little break. Keselowski 3rd. Logano 4th in the 2 Penske Fords.
But Mike, you talk about the racetrack, and quite honestly, we haven't had enough rain here to really wash the rubber off the track. There's a nice black tint to the track. I think there's a lot of grip out there, just like it was yesterday when practice ended.
Now, because of the rain, NASCAR in the drivers' meeting announced a competition caution will fly for drivers to check tire wear and make adjustments. Our Fox NASCAR rules analyst Andy Petrie with the details.
Yeah, Mike, when NASCAR does designate that competition caution, it triggers a rule that says no teams can put fuel in the car until that designated time. So it doesn't give anybody a strategic advantage when they know a caution's coming at a specific point.
Kevin Harvick to the bottom and to the lead as he works off turn 4 and passes Matt Kenseth for 1st, Keselowski, Logano, and Hamlin.
breaking news. The 4-car just took the lead.
But Mike, yesterday in practice, not only did Kevin Harvick have good speed, he had good long run speed in that 4-car, just like his teammate Kurt Busch in that 41 car as well.
I talked to some of the drivers down there in the pre-race show, Matt Kenseth for one. He said it was insane how fast that 4-car was in race runs.
5-car breakaway. Here's the battle for 6th. You're looking back from Carl Edwards at Kurt Busch with Casey Kane's number 5 on the inside. 6th place. No surprise, Jimmy Johnson, the biggest mover in the early going with 9 laps complete. And in the wall went Stenhouse of turn 2. He recovers.
He saved it. It's not a lot of debris up there yet. I think he just got out of the groove, but I think he's okay.
2nd place. Brad Keselowski on the charge on the inside, trying to wrest 2nd with his Ford from the Toyota of Matt Kenseth.
Trying to make that low line work. And man, if you can get your car where you can pass people down on the bottom like that, what an advantage that would be if you can pull it off.
Has another look at turn 4, but Kenseth's too strong down the straightaway.
Kind of dominant, you know, kind of letting it run up in the middle and trying to dive under Matt coming off the corner.
Here's a look at Ricky Stenhouse up and against the wall at turn number 2. He was 23rd, and Stenhouse recovers, having lost 8 positions.
He will understand this, and so will a lot of the sprint car drivers and dirt track drivers. He jumped the cushion.
But Mike, at the top of the show, I talked about a lot of drivers that got into the wall. That right there is what caused that, getting up too high above the groove.
But the good news is, Larry, right now the track is clean. There's not a lot of debris and rubber up there to pick up on those hot tires. That's why he was able to save that car.
Jeff Gordon up to 19th from 23rd. Jimmy Johnson to 20th from 28th. David Gilliland and Danica Patrick battle. This is for 27th.
I think they may have a little history from some races in the past.
This is a battle for back 27th position, and already the leaders are almost on the same straightaway as Danica Patrick and David Gilliland and all these drivers right here.
Larry, look, here comes the 4-car right here. Here's the leader now, and all those cars, there's about half the field in the turn 1 and 2 area right where he is.
Yeah, that's
that quick.
From 27th on back. All right, Denny Hamlin was a solid top 5. Now he has faded back to 7th. Kurt Busch moves past. So did his teammate Carl Edwards. Hamlin's teammate, that is, into 5th.
And right now, Kurt Busch in that 41, he's been running low and he's been making it work.
Kevin Harvick in heavy traffic. J.J. Yaley trying to stay on the tail end of the lead lap. Harvick going top to bottom to find a way through. And down the front straightaway, Keselowski and Logano crashed together.
And I'm not so sure that lap traffic did not cause this. We'll have to take a look at it, but that's sure what it looked like.
I haven't seen teammates wreck together in years. I think the last time was a couple of Hendrick drivers.
And think about it, Joey Logano, 7 top 10s. Brad Keselowski, 6 consecutive top 10 finishes.
And that's serious damage right there. That left front tire is towed way in. They got chassis damage. A lot of damage to the rear of the 2 car.
See the replays. This may look a little ugly here. We're going to ride with Joey.
Oh, Brad.
Easy there. Sounds like we're going to need to pry that splitter forward.
Brad just got loose. Brad got loose off the corner there, turn 4, and got into the wall, and Joey had nowhere to go.
Keselowski was trying to work his way around Alex Kennedy. Not a lot of room to pass here. There was enough. Kennedy gave him enough room, but
I can't really lay any blame on much of anybody other than that 2-car just jumped out from under him. I mean, the thing got loose.
But how many times have we seen that this week?
From Friday or yesterday, they've seen that a number of times by the best drivers in the business.
They finished 1-2 here in August. They were battling for 3rd when this happened.
What happened there, Brad? I don't know what happened. It just took off on me. Sorry about that, guys.
And Roger Penske's 2-car team, both expected to be contenders for the win today, and both those cars are torn up. Matt.
Mike, significant damage to Joey Logano's car. They have now told him to take it behind the wall. I happened to look up the lap before, and Keselowski was sideways on exit as well.
Lots of damage to both those cars, and we're under caution for the first time today at Bristol. Ride once again with Joey Logano. That's Brad Keselowski just ahead, getting loose off turn 4. And both Penske Fords end up in the wall.
Yeah, you just see the 2-car coming off turn 4 there. She gets out from under him, and of course, Logano had nowhere to go.
Safer barrier inside and out here at Bristol Motor Speedway. No consolation to
who just so happens to be my dad, Steve Byrnes. I love you, Dad. Enjoy the race, everybody.
Well said, Bryson, and all day, despite the rain, many in support of Steve Byrnes, as Fox Sports is proud to bring you the Food City 500 in support of Steve Byrnes and Stand Up to Cancer. We got it started after a delay, but then 22 laps in of the 500 here in Bristol. The rains came, red flag came out, and the drivers are back in their cars and ready to roll. The 8th race of the season. Michael Waltrip, Chris Myers, the gang is all here to bring you the rest of the race. Looks like the weather's going to cooperate. Unlike teammates cooperating earlier when Brad Keselowski kind of lost it a little bit, Joey Logano ran into him. So those cars, in fact, once we remove the red flag for the first 4 minutes, Joey Logano can't repair his car, but you still have Kevin Harvick in the lead, and you have Jimmy Johnson coming.
Yeah, the Johnson car thinks the story early. He jumped up inside the top 20 from his 28th starting position, so obviously he's got a good car. This place is really tough to pass, and back in the pack they're 2 and 3 wide. Making those moves was very impressive. The other storyline, I think, Chris, are the Gibbs Toyotas. Really strong at Martinsville in our last short track race. All 4 of those cars in the top 10 early here at Bristol. Watch those Toyotas.
A lot to look at in this, the 8th race of the season. Let's welcome in Darrell Waltrip, Larry McReynolds, and Mike Joy. Guys.
Thanks, Chris, and hi again, everybody. Well, the track is dry, almost, and we have a window where we can get this race in. But for every driver I've ever known, Darrell, the waiting is the hardest part.
Mike,
Why?
No, it's simple. The heat races are over with. We're going to run the feature now. But it's that anxiety. I mean, you get up and you're ready to go, and you anticipate all the things a driver does, and you're geared up to drop that green flag and go run 500 laps, and then it gets interrupted. And it takes you out of your routine. And so now you got to regroup, get back in the car, put your game face back on, and get ready to go.
All right, the get ready to go. Larry, every crew chief had a game plan coming into this race. How now has it changed?
Well, I think the biggest thing that's changed, Mike, 5 hours ago when we got the green flag, I think we knew we were just trying to get the lap 250. But I think now, looking at the radar, we know we're probably going to race for 478 laps. So that right there has changed the game plan, knowing that we're going to start here, it's still daylight, and we're going to race into the night, knowing we're going to have to get pretty aggressive with changes on this race car.
Well, so far we've had 22 laps of racing and one big crash. Chris has highlights for us.
The highlights that we have, Mike, and thanks very much. So it's a Bristol night race here on Fox Sports 1. This is how the day began. We had about an hour delay. The drivers scurried for cover. Crews, drivers, fans, and of course everybody from NASCAR and Fox in support of Steve Byrnes and standing up to cancer. And then here you go, loose is the two-car Kozlowski.
That just shows you these are the greatest drivers in the world, how on the edge of control these guys are. You're racing on the edge here at Bristol.
And he said it was, of course, not the track. He just got loose. This is Joey Logano today. Yesterday in the Xfinity race when he led wire to wire, he had the steering wheel up high as he celebrated in victory lane. So just a quick recap. And again, if you were with us earlier, you know that we were waiting out the rain and talking to different drivers. Kevin Harvick, the leader, despite Matt Kenseth starting on the pole. He's led the most laps as he has throughout the course of the season. You see the cars that are on the lead lap and the one caution caused moments ago. Let's check in with our pit reporting team. And we start off with Vince Welch. Vince?
Well, Dale Earnhardt Jr. picked up a couple of positions in that brief 22-lap run we had to start this race, but they know that once the track rubbers up, they're going to have some handling issues. They fought them throughout the course of this weekend. But I talked with the crew chief, Greg Ives, and he said the best news is it looks like the weather's going to allow us to get to the end of the race, at least that they see it at this point. And he said we need all the time we can get because we know we're going to have to work to get our race car to be good enough to win. Good news for the 88 team.
And Vince, it looked like Ryan Newman moving forward in those first 20 laps there. And Luke Lambert just told me that he would normally take advantage of this caution we're going to have at lap 16, maybe try and gain some track position and stay out on the racetrack. But because of these changing conditions, the track getting dry, the track getting wet, now the track getting dry again, he said he's going to bring them in and put new tires on that car because he's worried about tire wear. Matt?
Chris, there's a lot of concern in my area on pit road from the different teams about the track might be green because of all the rain, but if you look over my shoulder, you can still see there's a lot of black rubber still worked into the concrete. Now, I spoke to Jeff Gordon. He'll restart 17th. He's concerned about being hooked on the bottom and not able to get a spot up high. The team did change his shield from the tinted to a slightly tinted with a tear off, so that way he can peel that off and have much better vision as it gets darker here in Bristol. Jamie Little?
Well, Matt, just before the raindrops started to fall and the red flag came out, Brad Keselowski and his teammate Joey Logano, big impact together. And actually the worst damage was on the right rear for Brad Keselowski. I just talked to Paul Wolf, his crew chief, and he told me they're not sure how much the rear end housing is knocked out. They won't know until they roll. Meanwhile, a lot of cosmetic damage, the deck lid, the right front, the left rear, and they cannot work on this car until the rest of the cars roll. So you'll see them go to work on the two car for Brad Keselowski. They hope to get out there, and they hope that that car isn't too terribly damaged, Mike.
Thanks, Jamie. The NASCAR official right there will let them know when the racetrack is back under caution and work on that car can resume. A 4-minute delay for Joey Logano's crew. And I think, Larry, that was time well spent. Getting that sheet metal away to assess the damage and then accept that 4-minute penalty, I think, good call.
Yeah, no question. They may lose 4 minutes, but it could buy them 10 or 15 minutes.
Breaking news. Car number 11, the FedEx Toyota from Joe Gibbs Racing, will restart without Denny Hamlin aboard. Eric Jones, the young phenom who's had such success in the Xfinity Series, is now behind the wheel.
Yeah, Eric, of course, got that win at Texas, had a great run here yesterday. So I'm sure there's a lot more that we'll learn about this story as it unfolds.
Yeah, you know, the beautiful thing is just think about see Coach Gibbs up on the right of your screen up there watching this whole process. Having a young man like Eric Jones standing by, I mean, what a great substitute driver. I'm not sure what's going on here, but good opportunity for that young man.
And further news on the reason why as it becomes available, but we just learned when we saw Jones getting into the car that he would be replacing Hamlin for the balance of this race.
Yeah, and Denny Hamlin, the 11 car, they were running 5th when that caution came out and we went under red flag.
Who is Eric Jones? Well, he came out of the Camping World Series to the Xfinity Series and wowed everybody. And that number 20 with a victory at Texas.
It wasn't just that he won the race, it's who he beat to win that race. That was what was amazing.
Yeah, he's 18 years old. He has this win in the Xfinity Series. He already has 4 wins in the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series.
Had a spirited battle in that race with Dale Earnhardt Jr. at one time. Gave Jr. a thump on the bumper.
Yeah, and with Brad Keselowski on his outside there, that could have easily gotten him out of shape. He hung in there, finally got by Brad and took the lead and won that race at Texas. Very impressive.
He won the pole for his last 3 Xfinity Series starts and finished top 5 in his last 4. Cars are rolling, and that means that Brad Keselowski's crew, Paul Wolf and Company, can go to work. Now they're up at the turn 3 end of pit road in the last pit stall there. Joey Logano's car is behind the wall down inside of turn number 1 as we end a red flag period that lasts just under 4 hours.
What a great opportunity for these teams, though, to be able to get a game plan together without the cars going around the racetrack. Plenty of time to think about what they needed to do and how to do it.
Yeah, they're still trying to get Eric Jones into this 11 car because I'm sure it's a car that he has not been in. And there's so many things. It could be something as a seat insert needing to be different. It could be belts needing to be adjusted. That padding on the headrest.
For more on why Eric Jones is relieving Denny Hamlin, Vince Welch.
Spoke with Joe Gibbs. In fact, I'm going to just ask Joe. Joe, can you confirm what happened with Denny?
He just had a neck spasm.
So he had a neck spasm for Denny Hamlin, causing him to get out of the car, and as you guys noted, Eric Jones substituting.
Thanks, Vince. Darrell, is there anywhere that puts more loading on extremities and head and neck in particular than Bristol?
No, and could very easily happen here, Mike, even from practice and qualifying. Your body goes through a beating here. This place is brutal. And you can get those kind of things, your back, your neck, a lot of legs. I've had all kind of spasms here.
Michael?
I talked to Austin Payton when I heard about Denny's neck, and he said he was just getting some treatment. He was having spasms in his neck, and when the race started, he was uncomfortable in the car and therefore got some treatment. Denny's fine, but just for precautionary reasons, Eric is in the car. What a story this is. This young man hopping in the 20 car, winning that Xfinity race down in Texas. He's won in every 4th truck race he's started, he's won. A very talented young racer. It's going to be interesting to see him get up to speed in a Cup car at Bristol. This is quite the test.
Now with the driver change, the number 11 remains on the lead lap, but will have to restart at the tail end of the field.
You know, Mike, the irony of this whole thing is, as Joe Gibbs said after he won that Texas race, this kid is on the fast track to be in Sprint Cup. Now, I know this is not what he expected, but what a great opportunity for him to prove he can get the job done. Let's talk to Kevin Harvick. Hey, Kevin Harvick, DW, got a copy, my friend?
Sir.
Hey, buddy, with the rain and now we're going to race into the night, is that going to affect the setup of the car?
Well, I guess it actually worked out pretty good because that's what the Rodney and those guys were guessing in the pit stall. So that's what we adjusted for, and hopefully it works out right.
You don't reckon it'll be better, do you?
I don't know about that, but you just never know what you're going to get. So you just have to try to make the right adjustments and guesses, and these guys do a great job at that. Our Jimmy John's Chevy started off the race good. We'll just have to see where the racetrack goes as it gets rubbered up and that groove gets way up against the wall.
All right, buddy, good luck, and we'll check back in with you later on and see how that track is coming around for you, if you don't mind.
10-4.
Kevin Harvick will restart first as Bristol Motor Speedway salutes Jeff Gordon's tremendous career, with number 24 filling every position on the scoreboard.
Well, and what was so neat, a little over 5 hours ago, Jeff Gordon's children, Ella and Leo, they gave the command to start engines.
Oh, we had a great pre-race show with the kids giving the command and the tribute to Steve Byrnes.
And they practiced this all week long.
For the words we've all been waiting for, please welcome your Grand Marshals, the children of four-time Food City 500 winner Jeff Gordon, Ella and Leo Gordon.
Drivers, start your engine!
Are they having fun or what?
And what a great thing for Jeff Gordon, for his kids to be of an age to enjoy his success on the racetrack while he is still absolutely a factor.
Yeah, they were
in
up
the Sprint Cup Series.
Up at the White House for Easter celebration on Monday last week, and Kevin Harvick's going to get honored by the president this next week for winning the Sprint Cup championship. He'll be at the White House.
They gave Eric Jones a pep talk before he rolled off pit road.
Settled in here. No, it's not the way you want to make your debut, but we've all been watching you on the Xfinity side. We're real proud of what you've done. Looking forward to having a good race with you.
Absolutely. Therefore, I'll do my best. We'll just make laps and see what we can do.
And how Eric Jones got discovered, there's a huge late model race every year in Pensacola, Florida called the Snowball Derby. He beat Kyle Busch a few years ago, and that's how pretty much this has led to all of this.
All right, field still circulates behind the pace car. Brett Bodine, former Sprint Cup driver, is behind the wheel of that pace car, and he's been running around the corners right up next to the outside wall. Apparently, it's still a little bit of dampness right there. So trying to work that out. Pit road is closed. The jet dryers are still working pit road. And remember, they cannot refuel these cars until the competition caution, which will now come at lap 60.
This is when the tower over here, Mike Helton and Robin Pemberton and Richard Buck and those guys will be talking to Kevin Harvick and asking him what the track looks like. They'll get some feedback from the drivers. Is it good to go? Are we ready to go green? Of course, you got Brett driving a pace car. He's very familiar with this racetrack and its condition. So they'll get all the information before they drop the green flag on this to restart this race.
One thing that is unique about the world's fastest half mile is getting on and off pit road. Let's go to our Fox NASCAR rules analyst, Andy Petrie.
Yeah, Mike, Bristol is very unique, and it has 2 pit roads, and they are treated as such under green, but under caution, to try to equal out the advantage or disadvantage that people might have on the front and backstretch pit roads. They make it like one. They use the apron in 3 and 4, and the cars have to enter in turn 2 and run the entire length of both pit roads and that area on the apron in 3 and 4 before they can come out on the racetrack. And this is something they've done about 12 years ago, 14 years ago they did this, and it's really worked well to try to equal out that disadvantage or advantage that some people had here on this short track. There was a few of those. I think Martinsville was one, but they changed it to 1 pit road, and that's the solution now for Bristol, and it's worked really well.
Previously, you had to pit on the front side to have a good chance of winning this race. Now the winner could come from either side of the pit road. Brad Keselowski, middle of the back straightaway, is on track. They have made repairs to his number 2 Ford. And let's go to the number 11 pit. Jamie.
Well, Denny Hamlin still in his fire suit, definitely not competing today. What exactly happened?
I just pulled something in my neck to upper back about lap 12, and you know, I kind of started going backwards at that point because the pain was bothering me quite a bit. But you know, I stretched it out. We've been working on the last few hours, but I'm not 100%. And with this format, it's all about winning, and there's no way I would have been able to go out there and compete for a win. So it's just doing my team a complete injustice for me to go out there and run a bunch of laps. Instead, I think it's just better to have Eric come here and run some laps, get used to these Cup cars. We know where he's going to be in a few years. So I think it's, although it's crummy because, you know, we spent a lot of time getting our car better through practice, and we really felt like I have a race winner. You know, it just didn't have a race winning driver today after I got hurt. And I think it's just something that'll go away. It's just, you know, just pulled something, you know, you jarred it some kind of weird way. And this just a tough track on next anyway. And I just got to go try to win Richmond next week.
Sorry to see you on the sidelines, Denny. Mike?
Thanks, Jamie. Now, no matter what happens from now on, Denny Hamlin is the driver of record for car number 11 in today's race. The driver who starts the race is credited with the finishing position and the points. Now, what did one of Denny Hamlin's teammates What kind of advice did he have for young Eric Jones? Here's Matt Yoakum.
Mike, when Carl Edwards found out that Eric Jones was going to be relief driving for Denny Hamlin, he sent his interior specialist, the man who takes care of his helmet and such, down to have a long talk with Eric. He passed on the message. At this time of day, with this racetrack so green, the car is going to be snappy loose on entry. So just be extra cautious until more rubber is laid down with this Cup car.
Thanks, Matt. Now, these laps are counting. We've reached lap number 30 as the jet dryers still had a little work to do down pit road, and now it looks like they are getting ready to head for home, and pit road is open.
Mike, you know, thinking about the Hamlin situation, the red flag's out. You're not feeling 100%. You've got a kid over here that's going to be a star in the Sprint Cup Series eventually. What a great opportunity. Why not let the kid get in the car? You're not feeling good. Let him drive the car. It makes perfectly good sense to me. And, of course, you know, we saw this with Hamlin in California when he got something in his eye. He makes good calls on when he should be in the car and when he shouldn't be.
Now, pit road is open now. Now, remember, competition caution at lap 60, which is 29 laps from now. Drivers can come in, and I'm seeing a lot of drivers at the back of the pack, like Brett Moffitt, like Greg Biffle, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. They're coming on the pit road. You can do anything and everything to that car, but you cannot fuel the car until the competition caution at lap 60.
Well, remember, we saw that 17 up the hill and almost into the wall over here early in the race, so he may want to come in and just make a couple of quick adjustments to that car.
J.J. Yaley gets the free pass from the caution that led to the red flag back at lap 20 when Brad Keselowski got loose and swept he and Joey Logano into the inside wall.
But I think this is a good move for those drivers that pitted. They changed 4 tires. If their car's driving decent, when we do get the competition caution, a little bit of splash of fuel to fill it up, and they can go and get that track position.
Yeah, and we know, based on what we saw yesterday, Larry, you can run 150 laps on a set of tires and not really give up that much.
So we will restart with 38 cars on the lead lap. 1 lap down, Mike Bliss, you see here, Alex Kennedy, Chris Buescher. Brad Keselowski returns to the track 8 laps down, and Joey Logano's car is still under repair.
Mike, 1 to go, 1 to go. We're going racing again. I never thought we'd race tonight. Did you? Really?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. I'm glad, buddy.
Maybe more rain later tonight, but we've got a window to get this in. Light sky to the west, some big clouds. That's of no consequence here.
Get these cars going and stir up some air. We're going to be okay, brother.
Thunder Valley's about to come alive once again. Kevin Harvick on the outside of Matt Kenseth. Chevy versus Toyota is your front row. Carl Edwards inside of Kurt Busch. Casey Kane, Jamie McMurray, David Reagan, Paul Menard, Kyle Larson, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. the top 10. Pace car dives to pit road, and here we go.
I would definitely keep an eye on Kurt Busch in that 41 car. He stays hooked to his teammate's rear bumper. He maybe had the second best car when the race started.
Well, we've seen this 4 in that 41. They've dominated the races at Phoenix and then at California as well. So no surprise, see those two guys right up front.
Busch to the bottom, looking for the lead against teammate Kevin Harvick.
You see right there, just in one corner, though, that shows you there's a little bit of grip down low. You see Kurt here sticking the nose down under Kevin as they come off turn 4. They might be able to make that pass down low here.
Yeah, we saw Kurt Busch making the low line work pretty good before the caution came out.
Just that little bit of extra momentum you get off of that high side, though, keeps that from working.
Busch drops in line. 4-car breakaway. Here's the battle for 5th. Jamie McMurray looked to clear Casey Kane. Couldn't quite get it done as Kane continues to fight for 5th on the bottom.
That's another car, the 5-car Casey Kane. I watched him in practice. Really good on the bottom.
Kane, McMurray with Menard looking on, the 27, and Earnhardt Jr. in the 88.
And remember, the crew chief, Keith Rodden, was the crew chief on the 1 car last year, who's the crew chief on the 5 car this year. And the 1 car last year with McMurray led a lot of this race last year.
Kane was finally able to slide up behind Jamie McMurray in the 1, because if he did not, he had a bunch of them that was lined up on the outside.
Tell you, there's another car back here that we mentioned it. Michael did before we went back green. That 48 car, Jimmy Johnson, he's going somewhere around the bottom too.
He's up to 15. Here is Carl Edwards talking about teammate Matt Kenseth in the 20.
Matt's leaking a bunch of something. I don't know what that is. It might be fuel. A lot of it out of the right side.
You know what else it might be? The cars have sat down here in the rain. A lot of rain fell there for a little while. It could just be some water that was trapped in the car somewhere coming out of it.
Jimmy Johnson pulling up on Kyle Larson. And the 31 of Ryan Newman. Johnson at 15th. Jeff Gordon has soldiered up to 12th.
When I watch that 48 car, Mike, and I think about how bad that car was in practice. But yesterday, final practice and happy hour, they got that thing happy.
Looking at the middle, which clogged up instantly between Larson's 42 and the 31 of Newman.
Is there any place in the world any better to watch a race? I mean, they're all right here. You can put your arms around the entire field. You're looking down on the cars. What an incredible sight. What an amazing racetrack.
Kyle Larson in that 42, he's starting to make that bottom groove work just a little bit. Slid right up in front of Ryan Newman in that 31.
That battle was for 13th. This one's for 5th.
Pretty spirited right here between the 1 and the 5 and the 88 of Dale Earnhardt Jr. They are putting on a real show. The three of them together are.
New colors for Earnhardt. That dark, like midnight green, it looks like, with gold. And he drops in line behind his Hendrick Chevrolet teammate.
You kind of get down there and you grind it out a lap or two, and you see you're not going to go anywhere. So you get back in line, think about maybe I can squeeze up on the outside here when nobody's looking. But look at this, Mike. Here's Kevin Harvick, restarted up front, already lapping cars. We've only been back to green about 10, 15 laps here, and he's coming up to the back of the field in a hurry.
Yep. Yeah, Darrell, about a half a straightaway in front of him must be about a dozen drivers up there.
And he's going to have to pick his way right through there.
One of the drivers he's going to catch is Brad Keselowski, who's back on track, but 8 laps down and not up to a leader's pace. That's Brad's white car on the inside in the back straightaway. Mike Bliss on the outside, and then here comes Jones in the 11. And then your race leader, the number 4.
Yeah, Brad Keselowski in that 2 is 8 laps down to the leader after those repairs.
But Eric Jones in the 11 for Denny Hamlin. I mean, it's not surprising. This kid, he's got to get comfortable. He doesn't even know what he's doing. He wasn't even expected to drive this car. And here he is in the car just trying to put down some laps and stay out of trouble early.
And with no practice.
No practice. He just got in. I mean, he raced yesterday, but hadn't driven a Sprint Cup car.
And what's the horsepower difference between the car he raced yesterday and this number 11?
Not as much as it used to be. That's one reason why he could do yesterday and kind of get in here and be halfway comfortable.
Jamie?
Yeah, not only was he not expected to drive this car, he's never driven a Cup car in general, ever. So crew chief Dave Rogers got on the radio with him right before we went green and said, okay, Denny said the car was tight, but remember, you have an onboard track bar adjuster. And he said, look over on the A-post, you'll see numbers, and that'll tell you how much up or how much down. So he's learning all of this on the fly.
And these cars are faster. His pole speed for yesterday's race equal to the slowest qualifying speed for today's race.
One thing I've seen him do right here, though, when these leaders went by him, he hopped in behind. Like Kurt Busch, he's following on right now. He's picked up the pace. I mean, he's following those guys, going to school, sees that he can run a little harder without getting any trouble, and he's right there behind Kurt Busch.
Well, I think he's shown in a very short time he has a quick study.
Now, Kevin Harvick getting away from Kurt Busch a little bit in the traffic. Unlike most tracks, the lap over cars stay to the top of the racetrack in the groove, while the cars on the lead lap have to fight for position on the bottom.
I tell you, I can't say enough about how much when those guys went by, the leaders, the 4 and the 41, Eric Jones in the 11, hopped in behind them, and he has picked up the pace considerably.
But while that's going on with like Kurt Busch in the 41 car, I'm seeing the likes of Matt Kenseth in the 20, as well as Carl Edwards in that 19. You can see him there in the yellow and the white and blue car. They're pulling up to the bumper of Kurt Busch.
And Darrell, you were probably spot on as to Carl Edwards, that there was nothing leaking from the car, just an accumulation of rain right there that Matt Kenseth noticed. 2 laps to the competition yellow that was going to come earlier in the race had we not had this additional rain delay.
And we definitely have the conveyor belt of cars now. It's hard to see where they stop and where it ends.
And even as good as that 4-car is, Larry, he has a hard time getting by these lap cars or the back of the field lapping cars. It's just hard to get on the bottom and make passes.
Yellow lights all around the speedway, including the post that holds up the starter stand. That was green a lap ago, and it goes to yellow.
And based on the fact that we've only run about 30 to 35 green flag laps, the importance of track position and what we saw yesterday, I think we'll see strategy all over the place. I think we'll see 2 tires, 4 tires, and possibly just some fuel only.
Josh Wise gets the free pass on this, officially the second caution of the race.
Now, that was a bad break for the 11 car, because if he had been in a free pass position and he could have gotten a lucky dog right there, that would have really worked out great for him, but he didn't. But he will.
Well, Darrell, he just completed his first 42 laps ever in a Sprint Cup car. I'd say he's doing pretty darn well.
The thing you want to do, and that's where these young kids are so smart. You get in the car, you make the most of this opportunity, not run in there and wreck the car and knocked out of the race before you can get started good.
Chris?
Well, Kevin Harvick saying the 4-car a little bit loose when he's running by himself on that high line, but as soon as he goes to the low line in traffic, that car getting a little tight, that's what they're going to focus on. Jamie.
And Jamie McMurray just said his air conditioner stopped working again, and he said he's a little loose in and off, a little tight in traffic. They're going to make a wedge adjustment, air pressure, and 4 fresh sticker tires. Let's go to the other side, Matt.
And Carl Edwards' team up on the wall waiting for him to hit the first stall off turn 4. He's in the box. Edwards says the car was a little free on entry. It wasn't bad from the center, but it was still free on exit. So they're going to make a chassis adjustment to tighten him up. Vince?
The crew warns Kurt Busch that the box is a little slippery, so come in tentatively. He's tight center off, so they're going to make a track bar adjustment and an air pressure adjustment. Matt Kenseth, it's free and edgy, he says. They're going to try to give him some stability with an air pressure adjustment, 4 fresh tires for Kenseth.
Matt Kenseth jumps out first ahead of Kurt Busch, Carl Edwards, and Kevin Harvick.
That all goes back to qualifying yesterday. Sitting on the pole on Friday, having that last pit box leaving, he was able to win the battle off pit road.
And we listened in on Eric Jones and team.
The wheel's too close and it's hurting my arms. It's hard to even turn the wheel.
10-4 as in deal with it?
Yeah, well, a couple things he could do.
Okay.
They could go to a smaller steering wheel. I don't know if they have anything in inventory or not, but a smaller wheel would help that a little bit. And I don't know what wheel they have on the car, but that would be my first thought.
Well, drivers of different sizes and different preferences. 65 laps complete at Bristol Motor Speedway. Now, tonight's MLS match, the New York City Football Club versus the Portland Timbers, is now airing on Fox Sports 2. For your channel info, go to foxsports2.com. The NASCAR race continues here on Fox Sports 1. Kevin Harvick got boxed in a bit on this stop.
Yeah, you see Michael McDowell in the 95 car coming in just had that slight hesitation, and that little bit ends up being a lot.
Whoa. Go. All the way.
Mike, we've got 5 drivers that stayed out that were a lap down that would have been in front of the leaders behind the pace car. They're taking the wave around to get back on the lead lap. 2 drivers that went with some strategies that pitted on that first caution, Greg Biffle and Sam Hornish Jr., the 16 and the 19, they stayed out that time.
Drivers taking 2 tires included Dillon, Stenhouse, and Boyer, while Brett Moffitt took fuel only on that stop. Joey Logano waiting to come back out. Vince?
Interesting development with the 41 team of Kurt Busch. Tony Gibson, the normal crew chief, is under the weather and has not come back out for this second portion of the race. The lead engineer, Johnny Klossmeyer, you see him there in the near portion of the picture, has taken over the crew chief duties. Right next to Klossmeyer is Greg Zipadelli, longtime Sprint Cup Series crew chief, championship crew chief, in fact, now the vice president of competition at Stewart-Haas. So these 2 tag teaming the crew chief role, but Klossmeyer there in the near portion of your screen, the lead engineer, is handling the majority of the crew chief duties for the 41.
Thanks, Vince. Penalties. 2 fast exiting. Brett Moffitt in the 55, David Reagan in the 18.
Tell you, Mike, this damp weather at this racetrack, and it's just that time of year, a lot of allergies, and first one thing and another is no surprising some of these guys are having some health issues today.
Reagan came into the pits 9th. He'll go back to the tail end, as will Moffitt, who comes in to top off.
I used to get the feeling bad just thinking about running here, just having to think about running 500 laps here.
You saw Denny Hamlin there sidelined with a neck spasm during the first 12 laps of competition. During the red flag period, they could not cure that for him, so he's atop the pit box. 18-year-old Eric Jones behind the wheel of Hamlin's number 11. Jones lapped just before this caution flag. He's a lap down along with Mike Bliss, Chris Buescher, J.J. Yaley, Alex Kennedy. Brad Keselowski 9 laps back, and Joey Logano returning to the racetrack as repairs are completed.
The good thing about that 11 car, he is the first car 1 lap down.
Rick Biffle out there like a rocket ahead of Kurt Busch. Here comes Harvick trying to clear Sam Hornish in the green and white number 9, then Matt Kenseth.
Yeah, I don't think this will be no contest up here very long at the front. Kurt Busch, that 41, Greg Biffle in the 16.
I think Greg Biffle just wanted to lead a lap. I mean, I think he just wanted to, could I be up front for a little while?
Which he has not done since Daytona.
But keep in mind, Kurt Busch is one of the most successful active drivers at Bristol.
Yeah, he, his brother Kyle Busch and Jeff Gordon, 5 wins apiece here at this half mile.
Oh yeah, and that 41 car, ever since Kurt got back in it, that's been a car that's going to win a race, and it might be tonight.
And the word from Pam Miller, our pit producer, is that Tony Gibson, his crew chief, is sidelined with a kidney stone.
He's been fighting those a lot. He really has.
Harvick passed Biffle at 2nd place. Doesn't quite complete the pass in the back straightaway.
No, but Mike, that's so smart. You can't just pull up in front of a car that you think you're clear of. You're going so fast, you got to know that there's room to get in there.
Like Carl Edwards almost tried to do on Jamie McMurray there.
Yeah.
Yikes.
I mean, the closing rate is so fast from the guy that's on the bottom to the guy that's on the top. You really have to be careful.
Joey Logano has returned to the race officially. He is 52 laps down after that crash with his teammate Brad Keselowski on lap 20. How about this group? 14th place, Martin Truex, the 78. Jimmy Johnson, Clint Bowyer in red, Ricky Stenhouse.
Yeah, Johnson's got a good car on the bottom, but again, that high line, you just get so much speed and momentum off of the high side of the racetrack, it's hard to complete the pass.
Justin Allgaier part of that, along with Al Mirola and Kyle Larson.
Yeah, Clint Bowyer, Brian Patty in that 15 car, one of the drivers you mentioned, Mike, that got 2 right side tires only, but a driver that's really been struggling since the restart. You saw him there, the 9 car of Sam Hornish Jr. He is absolutely dropping like a rock.
Yeah, he's got his hands full right now, and he's in a bunch of B's right now with the Jeff Gordon just got by, 27 car, Menard trying to get by. Here comes A.J. Allmendinger. It's in a hornet's nest.
Hornish just dropped.
Good here, man. Nice smooth.
Just dropped out of the top 10 when Gordon went by.
You just see that 78 and 48. The 48, he can't find a room on the outside because that's where the 78 is. He keeps trying to get the bottom to work. He drops that thing down under him, gets almost clear of him, but not quite.
Yeah, it's like he knows, Darrell, if he drops down there and they start stacking up on the outside, they're just going to keep going by him.
Yeah, see here, he's got a nice run. He arched her down off the corner, and he drove it in there, and this time he made the pass.
He made it work that time.
I think he just drove it down in there and said, I'm going to make it work. I don't care what happens.
Kurt Busch out front at 81 laps. Since the last of his 5 Bristol wins, he's led over 400 laps in Thunder Valley.
Food City 500 in support of Steve Byrnes and Stand Up to Cancer. Sponsored by Sprint. Bring in your Verizon or AT&T bill and we'll cut your rate plan in half. By KFC, the world's best chicken. How do you, KFC? And by Ortho, the label tells the story.
90 fast laps on the world's fastest half mile, where Sprint will cut your rate plan in half. Bring them your Verizon or AT&T bill and turn in your old phone. They'll cut your rate plan in half at a Sprint retail store or sprint.com/half price. Race leader Kurt Busch, fastest lap of the race, as Kevin Harvick catches up with his teammate Kurt Busch at the front. Now, Jimmy Johnson is hanging back to avoid being part of this. Sam Hornish, then Allmendinger, then Hornish and Johnson. Here's why Jimmy was waiting, because of that little bit of bump and run. He wanted to see how all that sorted out before he passed that group of cars. Smart.
That's how you win, Bristol.
Patience.
Use your head. Let other people screw up.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. to the inside.
Whoa,
Austin Dillon in the 3.
Yeah, that 3 car has been running pretty good. He was up in the top 10 there right now and been running real good.
But you think about it, you saw Jeff Gordon there, the 24 car, remember, started 23rd. He's now inside the top 10.
Yeah, his car is much better than it was in practice and qualifying. Jimmy Johnson's a much better. Obviously, they made some good changes to those. Oh, Harvick.
He got really loose and almost got tagged by the 95, who's now battling side by side, was trying to stay on the lap. My goodness.
They've been racing each other pretty hard. Kevin Harvick tried to pass him on the bottom, could never get it done. And the 95 made some serious contact there. Great job hanging on that thing, Harvick.
Harvick lost his forward momentum, and McDowell was just right into him before he knew it.
Well, he lost more than that.
Yes.
Door 4 clear. Good job.
Now, remember earlier under the caution when Harvick couldn't get out of his pit because of McDowell coming in?
Exactly.
Well, he shouldn't have to worry about that anymore now, because Michael McDowell is a lap down and can't pit as long as Kevin Harvick's on the lead lap at the same time.
Jamie McMurray in the 1, battling Carl Edwards. This, Jamie, is for 5th place.
And Jamie was saying his car was pretty good, just a little bit loose in and off, but now just came on the radio and said he may have a tire going down, so they're keeping an eye on this one, and they're ready if he needs to pit.
And just remember, our rules analyst, Andy Petrie, explained about the pit roads under green, where you only have to come down the pit road that you're pitting on under green, but you'll still go at least 2 laps down.
Yeah, and I'd want to be really, really sure I had a flat, because this track right now is transitioning into a different track.
Tires.
3905, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Now, a lap ago, he was in that 3 or 4 car melee and then backed right out of it.
Side tires here, guys.
And came to pit road.
Got the right rear. You can see back there. I think he made some contact with somebody, Mike, and may have cut that tire down.
Earnhardt was 9th.
That's too bad, too, because Junior had just radioed in to say that the car was good. The handle on it was very good, in fact. But you saw that right rear issue, some trouble getting it off the wheel as well. So right side tires for Dale Earnhardt Jr. Tough break for the 88.
He got together with his teammate Casey Kane as 3, 4 cars were all battling for a spot. Here it is on the right of your screen. Yep.
That's exactly when it was.
Puff of smoke.
They had a little bit of an issue going off of pit road after that caution flag. He almost made contact. It's funny how some guys, you just have a magnet. You just get pulled toward them and can't get away from them.
And Larry, you can't make a pit stop here under green without losing 2 laps.
No, right now he was running well inside the top 10, and he's 37th, 2 laps down. This early in the race, though, that still is not the end of the world by no means.
Listen, this thing will ebb and flow. Don't worry about it. Just drive your race.
Jeff Gordon closing right up on Jamie McMurray in the number 1. Here comes Gordon. Matt?
Mike, right before that last pit stop, Jeff was telling Alan Gustafson, his crew chief, the car was just way too tight on initial throttle, and he was telling Alan that his car, not as good as others, coming down off the hill. They made some adjustments. He has picked up. He's also changed his lane. He's moved up about a half a lane from the previous run.
Landon Castle in trouble, turn 3, and 8 cars almost ran him over.
It ain't over with yet. He's still trying to get out of the way and can't, and they're closing up on him. Where are they going to go?
Down.
He made it.
That was almost a 20-car pileup starting in turn 3. I mean, nobody knew what to do. He couldn't get down out of the groove, and he's going so slow, they didn't know which way to go here. You'll see it all starting to take place right here. It's 40 up here, Castle. Levin gets in the back of 55. Here comes just a cluster right there.
It really started off turn number 2.
Watch David Reagan in the 18, though.
Keep coming. Outside clear.
Yeah, Castle had an issue coming off turn 2 and just about stacked up the whole field. There he was brushing the wall, and you see everybody scatter.
Yeah, you're just coming so fast, and you don't know which way the guy in front of you is going to go. You're second guessing.
Nowhere to hide here, Darrell, is there?
No, nowhere.
Kurt Busch leads Kevin Harvick by 1.5 seconds at Bristol. $120 laps complete. See why one of the most revered names in NASCAR. Trust the most winning name in NASCAR at Chevy.com/Dale Jr. Kurt Busch leading Kevin Harvick, and Busch's lead is erased.
Oh, yeah, I don't know if he'll be leading him long, though, because Harvick's closed right up on the back of that 41, and he is a little bit better right now than Kurt Busch is.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. back on pit road. Vince Welch has the nationwide Dale Earnhardt Jr. report.
Well, this is the second time he has come in since cutting that right rear tire, still trying to pull out that right rear and making the right side tire change. So 2 unscheduled stops for Dale Earnhardt Jr.,
who has just gone 4 laps down as the leaders battle behind Danica Patrick.
Right now, that 4-car Kevin Harvick is better than Kurt Busch. He just can't get it by him yet, but he's working him over pretty good.
Yeah, Danica Patrick in that 10 trying to stay on the lead lap right now. She is back in the 25th position.
Going to be hard to do with Michael Annett and Mike Bliss just ahead. David Gilliland on the inside. That's where Patrick wants to be.
Kurt knew that Kevin was in the 4-car just a little bit better than him. Gave him some room and gave him the outside.
Back inside 41.
Man, they're threading a needle right now. 3 wide off of turn 4. Are you kidding me?
and give a call to Patrick, who could have pushed the issue with Gilliland, but instead obeyed the move over flag, let the leaders go by.
But these leaders, Kevin Harvick in the 41 car, they're so much faster than these other guys, and they just take them by surprise. They're there, and you don't even know where he came from.
Now Michael Annett, the yellow car just ahead of the leader. He moves up the hill, and Harvick comes underneath.
Yeah, I mean, just in front of our leader right now, you've got the likes of Ryan Newman in the 31, Tony Stewart in the 14. So you've got some pretty strong drivers with their cars just in front of the leader.
And Kevin Harvick's driving like he's angry, like he wants to lap every car in the field. And the lap times, I mean, the lap times are amazing, how fast they're running.
Meanwhile, look at that yellow car. Matt Kenseth in a bubble by himself, nobody in front, nobody behind, on cruise control.
That's what I call the rocking chair. Nobody in front of me, nobody behind me. No trouble.
You know who's done a nice job, Mike and Daryl? Greg Biffle in that 16 car. He and Matt Pusha, they started 33rd. They knew they had to try something. They pitted on that first caution. When they came in at lap 32, they stayed out. He was up there leading, but he's kind of fell back into 8th and kind of just staying there right now.
Well, he's got some guys behind him that are anxious to get around him, I can tell you that. Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson, Ty Dillon down here at the bottom, they are working him over.
Jamie?
Jimmy Johnson have a nice run at it as well. They unloaded and they were terrible, and they were terrible in qualifying again. They went to work. As Jimmy Johnson said, his guys burned the midnight oil turning this car around, and that's exactly what they did. It came alive in yesterday's 2 practice sessions, and it's been like that tonight. Started 28th, and he's already up to 8th and still on the move. The car is good. They didn't make any adjustments on that first stop, Mike.
Thanks, Jimmy. Here comes Austin Dillon to the inside. But, Daryl, I've not seen anyone this afternoon that can turn the car to the bottom and go like that 48.
Oh, no. He's got a really nice move. He goes in a little high, but then he just chops it to the bottom and is able to make really good time.
So A.J. Allmendinger there. Is there a problem there, Chris?
Well, he's had a good run up to just outside the top 10, but a battle between he and Paul Menard. He's got some damage to the front end of that car. He's been asking about how bad the damage is because that car is starting to overheat.
Here's a replay of the contact. That's Paul Menard to the inside.
Yeah.
A little bump and brush there. We've learned the second unscheduled pit stop for Dale Earnhardt Jr. was for a loose wheel.
Which he had some of those last week, too.
And you come in under green, you figure if you're going to have one, that's probably when you're going to do it because you want to try to get out as fast as you can. And I know for a fact these guys are practicing only tightening 4 lug nuts.
Josh Wye's car looks like it's been in a gang fight. His gang didn't show up.
I don't know. You know the movies Fast and Furious? Well, that's what we're watching. This is as fast and as furious as you can go around this joint right now.
Ouch.
That's just a little rash.
Yep. Battered, bruised, but unbroken.
That's Bristol rash.
Back behind this in 11th place, Casey Kane, Matt.
Mike, in practice, Kane could run the top, but he could also dive down across that strip of rubber and run the middle. Right now, though, he can hardly run anywhere. He's tried to change his line. The car way too tight the first run and the same this run.
So with 140 of 500 laps complete, Kevin Harvick now has a half-second lead on teammate Kurt Busch. Here's tonight's Ford EcoBoost track facts. Ford performance. Ford won both races in 2014, their first season sweep at Bristol since 2003. First Ford win from the pole. Red Lorenzen, NASCAR Hall of Famer, did it in 1963. Track facts brought to you by Ford. Go further. Kevin Harvick, Kurt Busch. Things getting close for the lead. But boy, this group, it's been fun to watch Paul Menard just ahead of Clint Bowyer and Greg Biffle. They have been playing bumper tag for position. Look at this on the right 4 laps ago as they came up on De Benedetto.
Yeah, they just been working on each other. A little bump here, a little bump there. That's okay, but sooner or later you get ticked off and you want to retaliate.
But we just had talked about Greg Biffle a few laps ago, but I think possibly now those 40 laps that he has on his tires, more so than the other drivers, starting to pay a little bit of a price.
And Clint Bowyer on 2 tires trying to make that work really, really well. While Paul Menard got 4 on his last stop. Casey Mears comes to pit road. Landon Castle's taken his car off the racetrack.
Well, I don't care what happens to the 16 tonight. He's running 10th, and this is the best run they've had since Daytona. So I know he's got to be thrilled just the fact he's up there even in the hunt.
Now, Eric Jones was a little uncomfortable about the size of the steering wheel that Denny Hamlin uses, and that now he has to drive for over 400 laps tonight. Jamie?
And he said it was hurting his arms, and that was after only about 25, 30 laps. I just talked to the team. They do not have an option. They cannot change out that wheel, and they said there's nothing else they can do to help the comfort. He just has to stick it out till the end.
Well, he's a young kid, and this is a great learning experience for him and what he has to look forward to and what he's going to have to deal with when he gets in these Cup cars.
You know, back to Greg Biffle, remember when he pitted back on that first caution, they could not fuel the car. So we should see Greg Biffle within the next 10 laps or so coming to pit road to get those 4 fresh tires and full of fuel.
Now, Martin Truex's top 10 streak could be in jeopardy. He's slowed and now coming to pit road. Still on the lead lap, Vince.
Yeah, Martin Truex Jr. has had such a strong start to this season, top 10s in every race, but has a vibration, couldn't take it anymore, so they're going to bring him in and make the tire change. See, slow on the right side there and making some adjustments. Going to the left side is going to be 4 tire change, vibration trying to calm that car down for Martin Truex Jr.
For the lead on the outside, Kurt Busch. On the inside, Kevin Harvick. Keselowski ahead of Busch. Justin Allgaier, the 51, ahead of Harvick.
And that 4 and 41, they've been racing each other like it's 10 to go. I mean, they may be teammates, but they want to be the best of the 2 teammates.
Keselowski 12 laps down after triggering the first caution at lap 20, the one that led to the red flag period. He was running 3rd when he spun off turn 4, collecting he and teammate Joey Logano, who was 4th. Logano back on track 55 laps down. Keselowski 12 laps in arrears.
You know, Darrell, when I look at Kevin Harvick in that 4 and Kurt Busch in the 41, not only are they up there running like it's the last lap, they're running equal laps. But I go back to my conversation Friday morning with Tony Gibson, the crew chief for Kurt Busch, and he said, we've been working hard to bring these 2 drivers and these 2 cars to the racetrack set up very much alike.
Yeah, I've been hearing that for quite some time, ever since Kurt got back in the car, really, that Kevin and Kurt, they like the same setup. They don't have to vary. They just make the cars identical, and they run the same.
Kurt didn't get a good launch off turn 2, and Eric Almirola comes fighting back, trying to stay on the lead lap, and does, and here comes Harvick again.
Yep, back on the outside, got the momentum. He should be able to make the pass.
Greg Biffle has pitted.
Mike, you won't believe this, but those guys are having fun right now.
Looks like fun, Darrell. 166 laps complete. Harvick and Kurt Busch for the lead. Welcome back to Bristol. We are under caution. This is what we call a weeper. It is seepage of rainwater that accumulated between the safer barrier and the concrete wall, and that coming down the racetrack is at a tough spot. The exit of turn number 2 where the cars need max traction. So NASCAR has thrown the caution. Pit road's open. Chris.
Well, Kevin Harvick saying the 4 car still a little tight in the center after about 100 laps on those tires. He was having a difficult time driving off. That's when we saw Kurt Busch get back by. Jamie.
And Jamie McMurray thought he had a tire going down. I guess not. He was able to hang on, saying he's a little bit tight in the center there. 4 tire stop, an air pressure adjustment, and a wedge adjustment to help him out. Matt?
Carl Edwards has a 19 car back where he started in the 3rd position. The car too free on entry, more on the low side, but he doesn't want to make an adjustment. He called that off. He wants to let the car come to him as more rubbers worked into the racetrack. Vince?
A real advantage for Kurt Busch, an open pit box in and out. Kurt said he really likes the car. They're not going to make any changes, just 4 tires. For Matt Kenseth, bottom of your screen, says he's on top of the track, just doesn't feel like he has any grip at all. It's an air pressure adjustment. 4 good years for Kenseth.
He does not win the race off pit road this time. It goes to Kevin Harvick, then Carl Edwards. Kurt Busch, Kenseth in 4th. Jamie McMurray 5th as we're under caution for the 3rd time today.
Food City 500 in support of Steve Byrnes and Stand Up to Cancer is sponsored by Mountain Dew Dushan. Available legally for the first time.
Third caution of the day for weepers, water seepage between the safer barrier and the wall out on the racetrack at the exit of turn 2. So they've got a backpack blower right there trying to dry that area so we can get back to green. Fox NASCAR coverage continues after this.
Food City 500 in support of Steve Byrnes and Stand Up to Cancer is sponsored by Cialis.
174 laps complete under the 3rd caution, finishing up the cleanup of the weeper off turn number 2. Let's have a look at where the Coca-Cola Racing family is running right now, led by Austin Dillon in 9th, Tony Stewart in 14th, and Ryan Newman in 20th. Note Eric Jones in relief of Denny Hamlin, who started the race and developed a neck spasm.
Pretty good job getting him thrown in the picture there. Oh, just that quick.
Yep, well done. Kevin Harvick elects the outside against Carl Edwards. Kurt Busch, Matt Kenseth, McMurray Johnson, Gordon Dillon, Bowyer, Larson, the top 10.
Boy, just that little instant that outside gives you such a huge advantage getting off into turn one.
"18 cars on the lead lap. Justin Allgaier got the free pass on that caution flag. Here comes Matt Kenseth steaming around his teammate. Carl Edwards trying to take second.
I tell you, the car that just has to be, I'm amazed at how good that car is, a 48. Where that car was junk all weekend long. And they fixed it, and now he's up here. He'll be fighting for the lead before this runs too long.
Yeah, started back in the 28th position. Not too far behind him is Jeff Gordon, his teammate, in the 24 inside the top 10.
Kyle Larson to the inside of Gordon.
Larson! He's making a little bit of a move. Listen, this thing is his kind of racetrack. I didn't expect to see him on the bottom, but this is the kind of racetrack he can really excel on.
That caution flag was a bad break for Greg Biffle. He had just pitted for Sunoco Race Fuel when the caution flag came out, so putting that strategy to rest for the moment.
Yeah, he went 3 laps down, but he was one of several drivers that took the wave around to get one of them back. You know, here's two drivers really that's having a good run. You look at Austin Dillon. His best finish this year is 14th, and you see it right there. Look at Clint Bowyer, where he started this race, back in the 37th position.
That was another guy that was lost in qualifying and practice, but when it come to the race, just like they did at Martinsville, the other short track we were on, they fixed the car and he's racing good.
Kevin Harvick has jumped out with a good lead. He gained advantage on pit road. Chris Neville.
Mike, interesting listening to Rodney Childers on the radio as Kevin Harvick was getting down to turns 3 and 4 in pit lane. He said, stay wide and bump your speed. And then as soon as he came to the next timing segment, he said, now back it down. And down in that segment there, that's a radius. So he wanted him to speed up a little bit through there because it's time over distance down here.
But the other advantage that Kevin has is he actually is pitting in the very first pit box coming onto pit road, and he has openings in front of him because those drivers are a lap down.
But when you look at the timing lines in the turns, they're not parallel to the track. They kind of V out. And so you can kind of play some games down there, I think. Right, Andy?
Yeah, you're all over it, Darrell. What they've done over there, because of that radius, they calculate that 30-mile-per-hour speed for pit road right along the bottom of the racetrack, and it's timed. It's not really the speed of the car, it's how long it takes the car to go through those segments, and an average speed is calculated there. So if you do run wider through there, you can bump your speed up quite a bit more than the pit road speed limit and not get caught for speeding.
Closing in on 200 laps, you're watching Carl Edwards in second place, 1 second off the lead. Matt.
Mike having a good run, but there is concern in the 19 pit. Carl told the team after he left his pit stop that he was having to work the throttle. The engine was stumbling, something's amiss.
The engine on the gas, full load. I thought it was a harmonic in the drive shaft, but I think the engine's missing or running just a little funny, like pinging or something. It's a weird feeling.
Well, that could be in the tune-up. I mean, engines were tuned to run during the day, the night. The air's a little different. Could be something in the tune-up in the engine.
But right now, his lap times are not reflecting anything. He's running just as fast as Kevin Harvick in the 4, the leader, and his teammate Matt Kenseth in the 20 right behind him.
Yeah, obviously it's not hurting the speed of the car. Drivers are real sensitive. You just feel things. You feel vibrations. You hear a little different pitch in the engine. Just things that kind of get your attention.
He's about to feel Matt Kenseth in his rear bumper.
Yeah, that'll get your attention.
Yeah, he didn't get off of turn 2 very good that last time, and Kenseth really pulled up there to it.
But again, we talked to Carl today in a pre-race show, and Carl said, I've just got to cool my jets. I've got to cool it. Got me a nice top 10 last week. I've got a great team. I got a great crew chief in Darian Grubb. I just got to be smarter on the racetrack.
Well, he's in a solid second place. He's the fastest Toyota in the race right now, behind Harvick Chevrolet, and has one of his teammates right behind in Matt Kenseth.
And you know what was funny here, talking to Carl about Darian Grubb, who Darian Grubb and Tony Stewart
Three
beat.
wide, and Darrell. Josh Wise had to lift or hit the wall.
Slicing, yeah, and Darian Grubb and Tony Stewart beat Carl and Bob Osborne for the championship. Carl said, I couldn't wait to work with Darian and find out what it is he knows, what great secrets he knows.
Watch this bold move. Watch Wise in the 98 up top, and here comes Kenseth.
That was that little bit of a move I was talking about when you just can't pull right up. If you're not sure, you can't pull up in front of somebody.
They're still 3 wide. This time it's Jeff Burton to the outside. And there goes Kenseth into second place. And here comes Kurt Busch on the inside.
Darrell, it's almost like these drivers know you get very little opportunity to make a pass. When the door opens a little bit, you better go ahead and open it on up.
Oh, yeah. No, you can't hold back. I swear, I think these guys think they're racing halfway, though.
Ricky Stenhouse racing for 10th against Clint Boyer. We note Landon Castle's back in the race, so all 43 cars are running.
Not surprising to see Stenhouse running well. Remember, this race a year ago finished second, finished 6th in August, and his crew chief, Nick Sandler, he and Ricky, they had some interesting strategy in the beginning to get this track position.
Did you see what he did there, though, Larry? It's that old sprint car side job. He slid right up in front of the 15 car, made the pass.
You know, everything is bump and run here at Bristol, including our Fox NASCAR cameras. $208 laps complete. There's your biggest mover, Clint Boyer. Sprint will cut your rate plan in half, bring them your Verizon or AT&T bill, and turn in your old phone at a Sprint retail store or sprint.com/half price. Kevin Harvick now up 0.6 of a second on Matt Kenseth after 209 laps. Kurt Busch to the inside of Carl Edwards, and third place changes hands. While we were away, Jeff Gordon thought he had a loose wheel and pitted out of 7th place. Matt.
Mike, he hit pit road lap 205. He lost that great track position. Indeed, a loose wheel. It was the right rear. You can tell by the holes in the wheel where the studs come through. They're oblong.
Yeah, Matt, he went from running 7th to 29th now, 2 laps down. Darrell, you touched on it. Talking to crew chiefs in the garage area with how important track position is. They're tightening 4 on the right, 3 on the left.
Yeah, and that right rear guy, remember, he gets around the car last. The front tire changers around there. The rear guy's got to come around last. He's the guy that's going to hit 4 most of the time.
Look at this traffic jam. First it was Jeb Burton backing up that group of cars from the outside. Allmendinger got by. All of a sudden, looks like this will sort out, but that was very tense here for a lap or two.
Let me tell you, it better sort out, and pretty darn quick, or they're going to be in the wall here, because they're all over each other. You can't, it's just so hard to get around here that close.
Michael Annette taking up a lot of lane. Danica Patrick looking to get by. Behind her is the 51 Allgaier, and then Eric Jones.
In the biggest sense of urgency with the majority of these drivers, like Danica Patrick, David Reagan, Michael Annette, trying to be the first driver 1 lap down should we get the caution.
Yeah, and oh, by the way, the leader is right behind you.
Yeah, he's on the same straightaway as this group, and they are fighting hard to keep from losing a lap or another lap, and they run 3 wide off the corner.
I just don't know about this.
That was David Reagan in the middle in the number 18. Who served a penalty and fell off the lead lap.
Got a lot of good cars right there. Menard, Martin Truex.
And Darrell, speaking of loose wheels, we got a report that Martin Truex Jr., when he made that unscheduled pit stop before that last caution, he did have a loose wheel.
And see, Larry, it's kind of NASCAR's theory. The team, it's going to police itself.
It's self-policing.
I mean, if you leave the wheels loose and they vibrate, you're going to have to make a pit stop. You shouldn't have left the wheel loose.
Now, prior to stopping, Truex was calling on the radio complaining of fluid on the racetrack. NASCAR officials found none, but they have invited Truex and his crew chief for a conversation at the officials' trailer after the race.
Now, I just wonder if they were talking about that weeper over there off turn 2. I mean, we heard fluid, but they could have been talking about the weeper. That'd be my story.
Matt Kenseth coming hard after Kevin Harvick for the lead. They're your Toyota top performers. 3 for Joe Gibbs Racing, 2 for MWR, Michael Waltrip Racing.
Look at this crowd. I mean, we've got about 20 cars right here on the front straightaway all going into turn 1 at the same time. That just doesn't work very well around here.
And our leader, Kevin Harvick, right in the middle of them.
Jeb Burton drops down off the banking after just about causing an issue with another group of cars.
There's Matt Kenseth looking to the outside while Kevin Harvick's trying to just figure out how am I going to get through this mess right here. I got to get going, man.
Inside's the only open lane, and now Landon Castle is right there. So
most likely these cars are not going to give up the top because that's where the speed is. So you're going to have to get around the bottom, and that's hard to do.
Or they're going to have to work that 40 of Castle up to the top side to clear the bottom for Harvick.
Yeah, just a little bit ago they had Matt Kenseth where he had no option. He was having to run right in the middle in that 20 car.
Now Harvick will go to the top and he'll have plenty of room to get by Castle.
Yeah, but there's Kurt Busch on the outside of the 20 car of Kenseth trying to make the pass on the outside while he's trying to make the pass on the inside.
And Alex Bowman to the outside.
Here we go, the 41 down on the bottom as we go into turn 1.
Well, Matt Kenseth had to lift or run somebody over, and that cost him a spot on the racetrack position to Bowman.
Oh, yeah, and oh, by the way, here comes Carl Edwards in a 19. Now you got the 41 out of shape. Here I come.
And after him, here comes everybody.
Yeah, Jimmy Johnson in the 48, Jamie McMurray in that 1 right behind him.
I'd say the floodgates opened.
227 laps complete next time by. We are closing up on halfway, and a very special halfway lap as all of us stand up to cancer. You're watching Fox NASCAR coverage of the Food City 500, supporting Steve Byrnes and Stand Up to Cancer. Kevin Harvick, your race leader. Carl Edwards in second, and Kurt Busch has just taken third from Matt Kenseth. Jimmy Johnson in fifth. Problem on the 41, Vince?
Well, like many teams that we've been hearing on the radio throughout the course of the night, just feels like he's got a bad vibration in the car. They're going to keep him out there until it's absolutely necessary, hoping to get a yellow, or no, it's not going to fix itself, but he's just trying to hold on to it.
Yeah, you know, this is one of the rules that NASCAR did away with this year, is to let the teams kind of police themselves on the lug nuts. And it seems like this year the penalty for loose lug nuts is even higher than it was last year, because you just went to the end of the longest line, or you had to come back in and put a lug nut on under caution. This year, if you have a loose wheel, the drivers are going out there trying to see if they can make it, you know, make it last, and they're having to come back in under green and lose laps. We've seen that a couple times already tonight.
You know, Andy, one reason I think it is more and more people are doing it. We're hearing about it more and more. It used to be an occasionally thing. Now we're hearing about it almost every pit stop.
Yeah, it's one of those things, Darrell, where NASCAR protects the teams from themselves, and now they're not. And so the teams are actually having a lot of problems with this non-rule.
Earnhardt and Gordon are two drivers who've had to pit for loose wheels. 242 complete, riding with Jamie McMurray in sixth place. Jimmy Johnson in fifth, just ahead in the blue. And in the yellow, Matt Kenseth. Carl Edwards has something for Kevin Harvick.
He does, and I'm really happy for Carl, because he's been really upset with himself more than anything, because he felt like he's made a couple of driver errors that's cost him a couple of good runs. Tonight he's using his head, driving a smart race, and looking for the lead.
But Darrell, I love what he told you guys over in the Hollywood Hotel in the pre-race, that he was trying to get more than was there.
Yeah.
And that was getting him in trouble.
Yeah. Well, I don't mean this in a disrespectful way, but that's how he's had to drive up until he got in. These cars are pretty fast, and I think he needs to let the car do some of the work and not try to carry the car all by himself.
Well, that time off turn 4, Carl Edwards got a little loose off the bottom side on turn 4, and that cost him 3 car lengths to race leader Kevin Harvick. On the right of your screen, Matt Kenseth trying to hold back Jimmy Johnson. That's for 4th place.
And Mike, I got to tell you, these first 6, 7 cars, they are racing hard, man. I mean, they take advantage of everything. Somebody slips, they're there.
Sub 16-second laps for at least the first half dozen in this race as we close in on halfway.
And that's a fast race pace right there.
We are
fast.
flying, man. We're coming up on halfway.
Drivers who've had problems include Jeff Gordon and Martin Truex. Truex trying to extend his string of top 10s. So was Joey Logano. That's not going to happen for Logano. Many laps down. Kevin Harvick still in the best position to extend. Truex is going to have to rebound from 30th.
Yeah, Harvick's working on his, 2.5 or 2.7 average finish. He's trying to improve upon that. 2.5.
Carl Edwards trying to move him to position 2. Still 16 cars on the lead lap. Paul Menard is the last of those. Ryan Newman is in the free pass position. For quite a while now, he's been the first car 1 lap down. We're at lap 250. We are halfway in the Food City 500. Time to stand up for cancer. All of our thoughts with Steve Byrnes and all of those who are battling cancer and with their friends and loved ones on this day. Carl Edwards had the inside for the lead, but Greg Biffle was right there where Edwards wanted to go.
But you see the right side of Greg Biffle's car, the tires, they got the letters all rubbed. He's been leaning on people.
Now look who just went by Carl Edwards. You're looking at him right now. Jeff Gordon in the 24, 2 laps down. He's trying to get one back by racing by the leader, and that would put him only 1 lap down here right at the halfway point.
Well, he's got better tires, which doesn't make a lot of difference, but it could make just enough difference to get the job done, and who knows what might happen in this race. Still got a long way to go.
Gordon had to make an unscheduled pit stop for a loose wheel. Our Stand Up to Cancer mid-race report coming up after the break. Kevin Harvick, Carl Edwards fight for the lead in Bristol.
Food City 500 in support of Steve Byrnes and Stand Up to Cancer, sponsored by Ford F-150. Introducing the all-new Ford F-150, the future of tough. Caution is out with a little rain falling, and that's been the story all day. Time now for the NASCAR on Fox Sports 1 mid-race report from Bristol Motor Speedway after 5 hours before getting the race officially going. And Carl Edwards leading for the 5th time in a race this year. Kevin Harvick has led more laps here at Bristol than at any other time in his career. The only time he won here was 10 years ago. Jimmie Johnson moving on up. Jimmie Johnson has not led a lap in a short track race in the last 5 years. Darrell Waltrip, who are you watching?
Chris, who did you say was leading? Who did you say was leading?
Carl Edwards.
My man, Carl Edwards. That's the guy that's going to go to victory lane tonight. Built for speed.
I love Jeff Gordon. The way he drove up there and got around the leaders to get his lap back, I said, this is Big Daddy's night. He's driving very aggressively. But then Carl Edwards got around and put him 2 down. But Darrell, you won your 7th in a row here by coming from a lap down. I think Jeff Gordon can do it tonight.
Michael Chris mentioned Kevin Harvick only has 1 win. He's not even had a top 5 here since August of 2008. Happy Harvick will change that tonight.
Well, Jimmie Johnson started 28th at one of his worst racetracks. Tonight has been a great night. Up to 4th, saying the car is getting a bit tight. They haven't made a single change on pit road tonight. Watch for Jimmie Johnson to get win number 2 in 16 years of racing here at Bristol.
Find patiently aggressive in the NASCAR dictionary. Number 20, Matt Kenseth, 3-time Bristol winner, looking to end a long winless streak. Pit stops are the order of the day. Matt.
Near the end of that run, Carl Edwards said the car was tight. It was tight at the initial start of that run, but it was on the splitter. Then it came in. An air pressure change to try to help the balance of the 19. Vince.
The 41 of Kurt Busch says it's just still vibrating. They're going to make those 4 tire changes. Also, it's a little bit too tight, so they're going to go back on a previous wedge adjustment. The 20 of Matt Kenseth, he says it was a lot better that run, but it still plows in lap traffic. An air pressure adjustment and 4 tires for the 20. A little slow on that 20 stop.
There's the race off pit road. Carl Edwards with 4 tires retains the lead.
Great
Good
stop
jump by Casey Kane.
Great stop of that 19 bunch, but the 20 bunch down here in the pit road, they had something wrong. They had a slow stop.
One black cloud coming from out of the west, passing over the speedway. Doesn't look like it'll be here too long.
Food City 500 in support of Steve Byrnes and Stand Up to Cancer is sponsored by Coca-Cola Zero. You don't know zero till you've tried it. And by Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
270 laps complete. Tonight's aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Everything they learn making tires for the grueling demands of NASCAR inspires what rolls into yours. Goodyear, official tire of NASCAR. Now, Matt Kenseth came out 7th from that pit stop. Let's have a look and see what happened to the number 20 here.
Yeah, everything was solid on the right side, but what you're going to see is Chris Taylor, the rear tire changer, he's going to have a tough time getting the left rear off. It looks like almost he was working on that quarter panel just a little bit, and that right there was a difference in several stops. Matt Kenseth is all the way back to 7th.
I'm not sure he wasn't making some sort of adjustment right there, maybe on a shock or something. It looked like he reached up in there and did something, but it did slow him down.
Ryan Newman got the free pass on this caution, but Newman and David Gilliland were too fast exiting pit road.
Mike, we talk about air pressure in these tires. Recommended right front is 41. Recommended right rear is 38. 20 on the left and 18 on the left rear. Left front 20, 18 left rear. 4 different tire pressures for 4 different tires.
And that's what Goodyear says. You'll get the best grip at those pressures.
Max grip,
tires.
And you'd love to be able to keep it right there if there was some way to do that.
Jimmy Johnson, Chad Knaus, 4th place, talking it over.
Some of these guys are moving that their center rearward. So when you get down to 1 and 2, you see the Pepsi sign on the wall already turned back there, coming back down the hill. So they moved their center. They backed up their center. A bunch, yeah. Just for that little bit. But then as you guys got further around, they started carrying it around the corner further, kind of like what you were doing at the end again.
I don't believe I've ever heard a crew chief spotter work with a driver that's won 6 championships and 72 races, telling him how he might want to drive a car. I haven't heard that very much.
Food City 500 in support of Steve Byrnes and Stand Up to Cancer is sponsored by Chevy Silverado. High-strength steel for high-strength dependability. Light rain falling at Bristol Motor Speedway. Good time for a KFC race break with Michael Waltrip, Chris Myers. Thanks for hanging in there from earlier in the day, throughout the evening, and under the lights. And this is the way things began once they got to racing. His teammates, starting on the front row, Brad Keselowski got loose. You're looking at the view of Joey Logano. They have each won this year. Knocked them out of the race for a while. Then the heavy rain, the red flag came out. Once they got back to racing, Eric Jones, the 18-year-old, replacing Denny Hamlin after neck spasms, acted up on Denny. And then a crew chief change. Tony Gibson in the 41 for Kurt Busch, who's had a good run today because of the kidney stone. Dale Earnhardt Jr. making contact.
He had a flat right rear tire, too. Damage to that car. He had to make a couple of pit stops, once for the tire and another time for a loose wheel. So tough night for Junior.
So Carl Edwards, 19 laps led this year coming into this race, and he is the leader at the moment. Kevin Harvick, again, has led the most laps and really been, once again, a dominant force.
Yeah, a couple of cars I'm paying attention to. Clint Boyer from 37th inside the top 10. That team has done a nice job of overcoming a bad starting position. But Jeff Gordon, talked about him during the mid-race recap, how he got 2 down right there before the caution came out. He waved around. He's only 1 lap down now. He's going to race Danica Patrick for the lucky pass, so he could really get back in this thing.
And he talked about how he didn't like his car early in the weekend. They had to make adjustments, and with crew chief Chad Knaus, they're one of the best at making adjustments, not only over the course of a weekend, but in race as well. He's yet to lead. 33rd is the furthest back he's been. He's been as high as 4, has yet to be out in front.
Jimmy Johnson will be a player before this thing's over because of that steady progress they've made to the front. He and Chad Knaus are working on that car. Sounds like the spotter and the crew chief are helping the driver get around the racetrack. That's an interesting dynamic.
Now, last fall, again, Jamie McMurray led a lot of laps, led the most laps here, but did not win. The Chip Ganassi car is also worth keeping an eye on?
Definitely, especially Kyle Larson. He can really run low on the track. That's uncharacteristic for that kid. He's a dirt racer, likes to hang it out high by the wall, but he's been able to tuck low and make some spots. Keep an eye on those two guys.
That's been your KFC race report, with Edwards leading Harvick, Kurt Busch, Jimmy Johnson, and Jamie McMurray. We've had 5 leaders and 12 lead changes so far. Food City 500 in support of Steve Byrnes and Stand Up to Cancer is sponsored by Nationwide. Nationwide is on your side. And by McDonald's.
A little too much rain to get right back to racing, so the red flag is out for the second time tonight. Jet dryers at the work, and they should be done quickly. We'll be back to racing. Fox Sports is proud to join Stand Up to Cancer in support of Steve Byrnes during tonight's Food City 500. Stand Up to Cancer raises funds for innovative research that helps more cancer patients become cancer survivors. You can learn more at su2c.org. During a rare quiet time at Bristol mid-race, we got a chance to talk to some crew chiefs. Matt Yoakum.
Mike, earlier in the race, Carl Edwards talked about his motor stumbling. Now, the good news, he hasn't talked about that since. And Darian Grubb, your car is P1 on the board. Has the track transitioned like you thought it would from day to night?
Yeah, it really has. It laid the rubber down just like we expected it to from the green track to start. Tightened up quite a bit, and we feel like we're pretty fast right now.
Thank you. Chris?
Well, Kevin Harvick's crew chief Rodney Childers trying to get him back out front. And Rodney, Kevin looks really strong for about 70, 80 laps. Then he gives up a little bit. What are you going to need to do to make him better the second half of that run?
Yeah, the first run there we were too tight, but that run the balance was actually pretty good. Just give up a little too much, but just a small air pressure adjustment. Hopefully I keep it going longer, but I feel like we got a good car. Everybody on our Jimmy John Chevrolet has done a really good job. The guys have done good on pit road, so hopefully we get back racing here pretty soon and see what we got.
Rodney Childers, he's been a bridesmaid here many times. He wants a win. Vince.
With John Klossmeyer, who's filling in as crew chief for Tony Gibson on the 41. What's been the biggest challenge as you've moved over from the lead engineer seat?
I think just get used to calling Kurt down pit road and just getting what he's used to, what Gibson gives him on pit road and getting in and out of the stall. But all in all, our car's pretty good. He's doing a pretty good job, so it's kind of been pretty smooth.
How much help has it been to have that guy Greg Zipadelli sitting next to you? Got a couple of championships under his belt.
Yeah, a lot of help from him, and I've been back and forth with Gibson also, so we're thinking about him, and he's been keeping us in the loop.
Crew chief by committee on the 41 right now, guys.
Thanks, Vince. Tony Gibson, suffering from kidney stones, watching the race in the motor coach and just released from the hospital. There is his update on Twitter from Tony Oldman 41.
But you know what? It also it points out there's so many. These teams are so deep. I mean, Tony Gibson, he can't be on the pit box. They bring another guy in that's doing a great job. He's got Kurt sitting here in third place. Denny Hamlin has a problem with his neck. Doesn't feel comfortable in the car. They bring in a relief driver, Eric Jones. I mean, it's just the depth of these teams. And you see here, Denny is down talking to Eric right now, probably discussing what they can do to help him with that steering wheel issue.
And while we're on the subject of crew chiefs, we were wondering what happened to Matt Kenseth on that last pit stop. During commercial break, Vince Welch told me that Jason Ratcliffe decided to go ahead and make a big swing and pull a spring rubber out of the left rear. And that's what took some time on that pit stop. Better to do it now with just half the race over than wait later on in the race.
Yeah, I saw him reach up in there. I couldn't tell what he did. But look, Larry came back out. He's only in 7th place. So, I mean, great work and still in good shape.
Well, when Mark Twain said everybody complains about the weather but nobody does anything about it, he wasn't counting on the jet dryers and air titans that have had hard work to do this afternoon and this evening once rain stopped, getting this track into raceable condition. And, you know, hats off to Bristol Motor Speedway and their track crew and the NASCAR Air Titans in getting us quickly back to racing after the couple of rainstorms we've had. So let's have a look and be a little predictive here. Well, there we are in a big enough window to finish this race, perhaps, before the heavy stuff, which is not going to come down for quite some time.
No, but it seems to be that red-looking stuff, and that's way far away.
Well, from short track to short track, that is this part of the NASCAR season on Fox. 2 weeks in a row.
Next week.
Next week, the best drivers in the world will battle for the top spot.
Let's go short track racing, boys!
It takes determination, stamina, and most of all, guts. And it's all happening next week.
Next week.
And it's only on Fox.
What a weekend. The Toyota Care 250 for the Xfinity Series on Fox Sports 1. Race day on Fox Sports 1. And then we're at Richmond next Saturday night, April 25th, under the lights on that great 3/4 mile on Fox. Then we go to the world's fastest speedway. Well, if you take the restrictor plates off, that's Talladega, Alabama. Sunday, May 3rd on Fox. And then we'll be under the lights again Saturday night, May 9th at Kansas on Fox Sports 1. They have pulled the jet dryers, but for one, so we're pretty close to getting back to racing. Meanwhile, we listened in on Casey Kane.
How's the rest of the rain, Keith? We're going to be able to get it in? Kind of a tough question. There's a big shower in Asheville. Okay. The really bad stuff, I don't think will make it before we hit lap 500. But that stuff in Asheville could impact the end of the race. Guess I'll have to watch Game of Thrones tomorrow night.
Well, they've done a nice job with this 5-car. Keith Rodden, crew chief, sitting there in 6th place, still in this thing, big time.
Well, Eric Jones had those issues with the steering wheel, not quite to his liking, and here comes a replacement.
Well, that was my suggestion, you know, when they talked about the wheel not being to his liking. If they had a different wheel, something they could change, it might be might be something they could do without having to lose a lot of time.
So that's the wheel that was just removed from the race car. They've substituted one of either a different diameter or a different depth, or perhaps both.
Well, I think it would probably be smaller, because I got just by listening to what he was saying about the wheel was not comfortable, and it was it sounded like it was too big. And they have a 15-inch wheel, a 13-inch wheel. I think he's gone to the smaller wheel.
Always concerned, Larry, when a mechanic goes to the car carrying a ball-peen hammer.
Well, but certainly this is a huge situation here. And I know a lot of fans may say, wait a minute, we're under red flag. They can't work on the car on a red flag. This is a safety issue right here that I'm sure NASCAR has no problem with making that change in that steering wheel.
Engines have fired. The jet dryer's finishing up. Now, Kevin Harvick has led the most laps tonight, 182 of them. He's just 52 laps away from leading 1,000 laps in the first 8 races of the season. The last 3 drivers to do so were Jeff Gordon in '95, Rusty Wallace in '93, and Dale Earnhardt in 1987 to lead 1,000 laps in the first 8 races. What else did all 3 of those drivers do? Win the spring Bristol race.
And Mike, the number of laps he led in the first 7 races is his 3rd most for a full season. It's unbelievable what Kevin Harvick, this 4-team Rodney Childers are doing at every type of racetrack that we go to.
Well, it always reminds me of when Hamlin would say, what can we do to help you? Give me a fast car.
Yep.
And they have given Kevin a fast car.
All 43 cars are still running. Landon Castle, Joey Logano, and Brad Keselowski have spent a lot of laps in the garage, but still running. In the final 3 places, 17 cars are on the lead lap. Back to Ryan Newman, who just got the free pass. He will be starting at the back along with David Gilliland. They were both too fast exiting before we got the brief red flag for this latest rain shower. But I'm looking at blue sky off to the west, and after this 13-minute hold, we're hopeful to go the distance. 227 laps to go.
Tell you, the pace we've been running, it won't take long. These guys are flying around this racetrack.
A lot of breakup in that cloud cover. That's great to see. And hopefully we're not racing the rain the rest of the night.
I guess it's because it's under the lights, and we don't get to do this night race here at Bristol. And so these cars, I never saw them go so fast. They are flying around this racetrack and so close.
Let's have a look at the Budweiser race summary. With 273 laps complete, Carl Edwards is your leader. 17 lead lap cars. We've had 6 different leaders, 12 lead changes, 4 cautions for 38 laps, and 2 red flags. Stewart Haas Racing has led a race high 246 laps, 182 for Kevin Harvick, 64 for Kurt Busch. Now let's get a nationwide performance update on Dale Earnhardt Jr. Vince Welch.
Well, Mike, it's been a tough night for the 88 team. He came in just after lap 100, had a right rear going down after a little bit of contact, then had to come back in about 20 laps later for a second unscheduled stop because one of the wheels were loose. So 2 unscheduled stops for Dale Earnhardt Jr. On this most recent stop, they put a Packer in the front. He's on the splitter a little bit, so they don't quite have the car where they want it either, plus a couple of bad breaks. It's been a tough night for the 88 team.
But I have to believe doing a change like that has to do with us racing in the cool night, the temps. The car's traveling different. The balance of the car is different, so they're having to make adjustments as we go through this race.
Larry, the lap times, 15:16, 15:08, 15:02, 15:26, 21, 18:18. Those are pre-qualifying speeds. Those are when the cars were in qualifying trim, and they're racing around this joint at qualifying speeds.
Under caution, getting ready to go back to green. Now each week look for the race day Advance Auto Parts Driver Spotlight. Today race day caught up with Kevin Harvick, and that's only on Fox Sports 1.
And Mike, we used to rely to some degree on the pace slowing way down. That's how you survive this thing. We'd slow down a couple of seconds, which meant you wasn't fighting the car lap after lap after lap. These guys are fighting these things like they're trying to qualify.
You see a sparse but hearty crowd in the grandstand at Bristol Motor Speedway. Plenty of tickets were sold for this race, but the weather kept a lot of folks away, and many more went home early after getting really soaked down a couple of times today. But for those who are still in their seats, got a feeling this finish is going to be worth it.
Could there be anything worse for a promoter than to say 100% chance of rain?
And that's what it was at 11 o'clock this morning. Yes.
We have several drivers up there that's going to take the wave around. Martin Truex Jr. in the 78, Jeff Gordon in the 24, Greg Biffle in the 16, just to name 3 of about 7 or 8 that are taking the wave around.
So Gordon will move to 1 lap down. Truex will move up to 2 laps down. As the lights are out atop the Chevy SS safety car, 13.5-minute red flag, and that starter stand pylon will go green and the flag will wave this time by.
Yeah, I mean, when the leaders are going into turn 3, the back of the field is still in the middle of 1 and 2. So you're a quarter of a lap down when they drop the green flag if you're at the back of the field.
Pace cars in. Edwards high, Harvick low. Here they come.
Really nice start by Kevin Harvick on that outside. That has not been the way to go, but he might make that work. Maybe not.
Boy, Edwards got a big run in that 19 off turn.
Whoa, no, trouble.
Johnson in the wall after contact from Busch. Here they all come, everybody on the brakes. Chris Buescher piles in the back of Danica Patrick. Alex Bowman goes around, and you see how quickly this speedway clogs up when things go wrong.
For sure, but you know what? With all that happened, I don't think anybody got any serious damage.
Yeah, for the 3rd and 4th place driver to have that happen, a miracle we didn't have a big crash.
A couple of cars got run into. Danica got spun around there, but I swear I don't think anybody got any serious damage.
Jimmy Johnson, Kurt Busch. Let's see how this happened.
Yeah, well, you got the 41 and 48 going down the back right here side by side. 41 just pushed up into the 48 of Jimmy Johnson, and the 41 goes around in front of the field, and watch these guys scatter. And other than Danica getting spun out, it was pretty much just a couple of cars getting spun out.
Let's ride with race leader Carl Edwards.
Still there, still there, still there. Yellow, yellow, yellow. They're wrecking behind you, 41 slip.
And with Clint Boyer.
Keep it coming, keep coming, keep coming. Low, low, middle. Get up. Good job there, not get run over.
That's way too close for comfort.
Yeah, and he had to keep going or he gets run over from behind. So what an incredible job by Clint Boyer.
Back it down. We got a wreck up here. Back it down. Okay, stay up high. Just keep coming high. They're jamming in behind at the bottom. Go way high up by the wall. Way high up by the wall. All right, come on. Outside, clear high behind them. All clear. Good job. Keep coming. Stay high. All right. There you go.
Mike, that caution, a huge break for those drivers that took that wave around.
What happened? Here's what Kurt Busch said.
The front just was plowing big time. I don't know what happened. And then the rear end jumped sideways.
Maybe just didn't have the tires cleaned up good enough. You know, you pick up a little debris on the tires and drive it off into turn 3 and it won't turn Vince.
Kurt still has a little right front damage. Brad Keselowski had come up next to him and alerted him that they thought maybe it was rubbing a little bit. So whether or not they're definitely going to come in, because Kurt feels like they need to come in and check that right front, because there's a little bit too much damage in his mind, and give him 4 fresh tires as well.
Kurt Busch into Jimmy Johnson, and we're back under caution in Bristol. Jimmy Johnson has made a pit stop to repair damage. Sam Hornish on pit road right now. Now, Danica Patrick would have been the free pass car. However, she was turned around by Chris Buescher and thus is involved in the incident. So there will be no free pass on this caution flag. Now, Chad Knaus and Jimmy Johnson discussed, as you see the sign language, should they pit or not?
Bumper's off. It's not going to handle it. But we can try it if you want to try to stay up there. Yeah, I didn't hit anything. You knocked the quarter panel off of it almost. So it's a lot narrower.
Okay, I stand corrected. He does need help.
So they pitted. They did pit for repairs. And let's show you again what happened and where the damage came from.
I tell you, that 48 is going to have. I think it really took a pretty hard lick on that right rear. And you see right here, bam, he got a pretty good lick on the right side of that car. It could hurt the handle of it.
And there you see Danica going around. That's so she did not get the free pass. And here are the repairs to Jimmy Johnson's car to the right rear quarter panel.
You know, back to Jimmy Johnson with only 17 drivers on the lead lap, you know, didn't lose. I mean, obviously lost some ground, but not as much as if you had a ton of drivers on the lead lap.
Let's hear from Danica Patrick on this one.
No problem. I was going underneath it. Someone hit me from behind, and then I was down on the apron, and the rear just slid. I was trying to go straight. I honestly think it was wet. I had enough control to stay on the track and not take pit road.
They're saying they know we didn't cause it because we were in it. They won't give it to us.
I think had she not lost forward progress, it might have gone the other way.
Yeah, with not being able to maintain caution lap speed, I think in NASCAR's eyes, and they're right, that she was actually a part of the caution.
She certainly didn't cause it, but when Buescher came down into her, spun her out there on the apron. I think that's what kept her from getting the free pass.
Now tomorrow, NASCAR Race Hub will bring you the winner's weekend and take you through tonight's race with the winning driver and crew chief, plus an interview with Denny Hamlin. NASCAR Race Hub tomorrow and every weeknight, 6 p.m. Eastern on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go.
And on Tuesday night, Brad Keselowski will make his debut as an analyst on Race Hub. He's been in the Xfinity Series broadcast booth with Adam Alexander and Michael Waltrip, so he's going to join the gang down in the studio for Race Hub.
Right.
I always enjoy Brad's perspective.
Pit road is open as Jimmy Johnson has made another stop under this, the 5th caution flag of the night. This one coming right off a restart on the first lap of green. Kurt Busch sliding up into Jimmy Johnson and then going around.
Well, cold tires, the track, you know, they've been working on the track, and you know, it's a little damp outside. It could have been anything. A lot what we saw at the start of this race.
What I'm seeing here is a nice, clean, pristine race car. One of the few. And Eric Almirola is in the top 10. Let's go to his pit.
Eric Almirola definitely having a great night. Started 30th all the way up to the top 10 right now. He finished 3rd here last year, and they tried that setup on Friday, but it just didn't work on this car. So Saturday afternoon, they finally figured out a package that was going to work tonight. Obviously, it is. Right now, he's saying the car's still just a little bit too loose in. Jamie?
Well, I talked to Denny Hamlin. We showed him talking to Eric Jones through the window, and he said he just wanted to tell him some things he can do inside the car to get comfortable. He said things I don't want to announce over the radio, so things he can adjust. He said he is using the track bar, but his biggest thing is he doesn't know how to set people up to pass them. This is a whole different deal. You see Denny talking to Coach Gibbs right there. Denny being very proactive here, working with the young driver who's filling in for him for his first ever Sprint Cup Series race.
Getting ready to go back to green as Kurt Busch makes a stop.
Now, Kurt Busch in the 41, they waited till pit road was open. I talked about Jimmy Johnson and Danica Patrick and only 17 drivers on the lead lap because they pitted before it was open. They'll have to start at the tail end of the field on this restart.
Vince?
They did make that 4-tire change as expected, and they pulled that right front fender, but the damage was not heavy. They didn't have to take a hammer or any tool to that right front at all. Just gave it a couple of good tugs, so that's good news for the 41, as good as it could be after that contact with Jimmy Johnson.
Austin Dillon currently scored in 12th place under this caution flag.
Yeah, they're going to explain it to us because I don't fully understand it either at all. They're standing behind the 42.
How the hell? I mean, I avoided a crash.
10-4. I'm with you 100%, bud. I don't agree with it either at all.
Yeah, it's a lot of confusion on that. When that caution flag comes out, it is actually freezing the field automatically, and it goes back to the last scoring loop the car's crossed over. And with all the confusion, I know the drivers sometimes get confused about it, but that's the way it's done. It's not actually where the car is when the caution flag flies, it's where the cars cross the last scoring loop. Now, they'll go at the end of the race, they'll look at video and line the cars up at a finish, but they don't do that for a caution. They just go back to the last scoring line.
But I think the other thing, and I think that's what Danica Patrick was confused, you still have to maintain caution lap speed. And I think maybe even though Austin Dillon said he was trying to avoid a wreck, he stopped and lost some spots.
Yeah, one thing real quick on the Eric Jones and Denny Hamlin. I bet that Denny was trying to explain to Eric what the track bar adjuster, you know, moving it up and down, and how that would affect the car.
All right, trying to get the 17 lead lap cars positioned so we can restart. Pace car is going to jump out ahead of the field. Carl Edwards once again side by side with Kevin Harvick, who got a good jump last time on the inside. Here we go.
Yeah, Kevin got another great restart right there with the 19 as they go into turn 1. Little drag race off turn 2 here, but that outside should prevail.
Edwards edges ahead off turn 4. Kenseth coming for second.
And then look who's in 4th place, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in that 17 car. And here's this battle for second between Harvick in the 4 and Kenseth in the 20.
Well, Carl won the race here last year. Stenhouse finished second. Almirola back there, he had a top 5 car. Those guys are all migrating to the front slowly.
Martin Truex got all roughed up. So did Josh Wise. Little smoke from Wise' car. He's been in the fence, and so has Truex down in turn 1.
I just see things that I never thought I'd see at Bristol. 3 wide, and got a problem here with a 78 car. Oh, my.
Second place, Harvick. Still hammering away on the inside, but he cannot take advantage of Matt Kenseth. And let's show you what happened to Martin Truex. You see him 3 wide there, and they get stacked up. Kennedy, Burton, and Truex up and in the fence, and then a little contact with Josh Wise right there.
Got a flat left front tire now, and that's what I was saying. I've seen things. I've seen guys going 3 wide here. I never thought that was possible.
But it appears like Joey Logano, his top 10 finish streak will come to an end here tonight.
And likely that of Martin Truex, who is now 5 laps down.
Yep, the only one left with that streak is the guy running second right now, Kevin Harvick. And like I said, he's continuing to try to improve on his 2.5 average finish.
Mike, Darrell, you talking about a driver that has run a clean race. How about Justin Allgaier in that 51 car, sitting there in 6th spot, just minding his P's and Q's here with 200 laps to go.
And another car that looks clean and pristine.
Yeah, got that experience, in that pit box. Steve Addington, he knows a little something about Bristol.
300 complete, 200 to go. Round numbers. Time for a NASCAR on Fox. Crank it up.
By himself, 3 back to the 27. All clear. Still out there 10. Still out there 10. 6 is gone. Still there. Clear. 3 back to the 20 on the bottom.
Carl Edwards the leader. Matt Kenseth is there, and Jimmy Johnson has caught Kenseth. Now the fastest car on the racetrack has been Carl Edwards. What could possibly be wrong? Matt.
Mike, there's a problem on the 19. Carl radioed his team a few moments ago, said he's picked up a vibration. That vibration intensifies right there on entry into the corners. Darian Grubb told us, if it's too much, bring it to pit road. The pit crew members have put their helmets on. They're at the ready in case he has to hit pit road.
Whoa, Jimmy Johnson just turned Jeff Burton. They both go around. Turn 1, Burton in the wall. Johnson spinning to the bottom. And Harvick spins into David Reagan. Oh my goodness.
Oh my. Of all the things that could happen.
Jeff Burton had been taking up a lot of racetrack. Jimmy Johnson may have got a little impatient. And now 4 cars are wrecked.
But Jimmy Johnson had got way behind, and those leaders were not far behind him, about a straightaway behind him, but a lot of damage to Kevin Harvick in that Ford.
Let's see what happened here, guys. That happened so fast. Right down the front right here, and I think you might be right. It looks like, I think Jimmy was just trying to make a pass here. He got down underneath of him. That's Jeb, but yeah. I think Jimmy's a little frustrated with his car and that accident, and he wasn't running like he had been. He had a shot at winning this thing, got that taken away, and poor old Jeff Burton. By the way, has been in a lot of situations, precarious situations tonight.
Just
and look, bam.
Nowhere for Harvick to go.
My
David Reagan
goodness.
sitting right in the middle of the racetrack.
There's the start of it. It carries down toward turn 1. David Reagan all piled up, and I'm curious to see how Kevin Harvick, unable to get around as the others leaders did.
You know, I think he could have been in a blind spot right behind those cars in front of him. Let's see what he sees.
Back it down, back it down.
See, can't see, can't see, can't see.
Right here, easy.
That's exactly what it was. He was right behind Matt Kenseth, started to go low. When he came out, there was the 18 car.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I couldn't stop.
Kevin Harvick behind the wall. David Reagan's car all torn up. Damage to Jeff Burton. Jimmy Johnson.
Well, it appears all 3 drivers coming in here with consecutive top 10 finishes to start the season. That will, all 3 of them will come to an end tonight.
This joint will end a lot of streaks.
.312 laps complete. 6th caution flag of the night. A big one for a lot of the top contenders.
Food City 500 in support of Steve Byrnes and Stand Up to Cancer is sponsored by Sprint. Bring in your Verizon or AT&T bill and we'll cut your rate plan in half.
Under the 6th caution of the night at lap 315. There's your all-time winner at Bristol Motor Speedway. Bring Sprint your Verizon or AT&T bill. Turn in your old phone. They'll cut your rate plan in half at a Sprint retail store or at sprint.com/half price.
7 in a row the man won here. 3.5 years. Nobody but DW went to victory lane here at Bristol.
I just had, you know, I drove for Junior, and Junior knew a lot about this joint. I was pretty good here, and the combination of Junior, me, and Hamlin and I had a great team, and we just had a real strong run there for a while.
Now, we talked about Jimmy Johnson trying to fight his way up from 16th and having difficulty getting past the lapped car of Jeb Burton. And here's a look at the contact. We'll hear from Jimmy Johnson and then from Jeb Burton.
And we crashed. Okay, man, I don't know. I'm sorry. Lap car's messing with me and get packed and spin all the way across the apron.
I mean, it wasn't my fault, was it? No, sir, it was not. 48 just drifted up the track and just caught the bumper and turned you.
Well, those are the two stories, and I don't disagree with that assessment. However, Jeb Burton, as a lapped car, had been taking up a lot of racetrack tonight.
Yeah, and you know, you need that high lane. This is one of those tracks where we always tell the cars, you know, go to the bottom and get out of the way. And this is one of those tracks where that really should be apply more than probably it does, because the top is where the speed is.
A.J. Allmendinger rises to 5th. Eric Almirola to 6th. Quite a night as we have a look at our Goodyear, or Allgaier, excuse me. Allgaier in 5th, Almirola 6th. And here's our Goodyear aerial coverage. Everything Goodyear learns making tires for the grueling demands of NASCAR inspires what rolls into yours. Goodyear, official tire of NASCAR. Kevin Harvick involved in that crash. Chris Neville.
Well, Mike, initially when they got the 4 car up on jack stands, just looking at it, the right rear corner, lots of damage back there, but that mainly is just bodywork damage. It was the right front corner that took the brunt of that hit, and the suspension up there just folded in. So the team really doing everything they can to try and get a new set of right front suspension on this car.
All right, David Reagan checked and released to the infield care center. 15 drivers are on the lead lap, none of whom have been to victory lane this year.
You know what? And the garage area is starting to look like Bristol. I mean, normally we come here through the years, there's more work going on cars in the garage than there are on cars on the racetrack.
But, Mike, it seems that's what this racetrack and this race is doing. If you go back to last year, the top 5, names like Almirola, Ambrose, Stenhouse, Stewart in the top 5. I look right now, Stenhouse, Allgaier, Almirola. Then you've got Kyle Larson, Jamie McMurray up inside the top 10. Guys that are keeping their nose clean and watching the laps wind down.
I'm telling you, if you stay out of trouble here, you can get a top 10 finish.
He's kept his nose clean. Here's a look at Ricky Stenhouse's race tonight.
Nice clean car.
And remember, he about got into the wall at the very start of this race, and I think that's what led them to make that stop on the first caution. And then they came in and only did 2 tires under the competition caution, got their track position. They've been able to maintain it.
Jamie Little.
Well, we just took a look at all the replays. I'm not sure if you had a chance to see it yet, but what happened from your perspective?
You know, sometimes when you race back there with the squirrels, you find a nut sometimes. And, you know, that's just Bristol. You're racing hard. The 26 was a little slower. And, you know, Jimmy's probably a little impatient trying to get back to the front. And I see he just touched him there. And as soon as my spotter said they're wrecking, you know, I'm all into the 48. So that's just one of those things you have at short track racing. I really hate that about the Snickers Extreme Camry. Our guys had worked hard. We had a pit road problem, lost a couple of laps, but we were still out there trying to get the best finish we could. So that's unfortunate. Hopefully we can tune on it and go out and make some laps and get some points and head to Richmond.
Thanks, David. Glad you're okay. Mike, the pits are open.
All right, pit stops coming. Eric Almirola is the first to peel off. Kurt Busch behind him. Then Clint Bowyer, Paul Menard, and more. Chris?
And Eric Almirola all the way up to 6 right now. Still saying that the car is a little bit loose in, but says once it gets to the center, it's just tight all the way off. He says he's lost a lot of the rotation in the center of the corner that he had early in the race.
Jeff Gordon gets the free pass on this caution and will put him back on the lead lap. He lost several when he had a loose wheel, fell several laps down, kept taking wave rounds, and now Gordon will be back on the lead lap.
Just remember, there's 179 laps to go, so no matter where you're running right now, you're not home free by any means yet.
Carl Edwards, your leader, under caution for the 6th time tonight.
Food City 500 in support of Steve Byrnes and Stand Up to Cancer is sponsored by Game of War. Play free now.
Getting ready for the restart. Lights out on the safety car. Carl Edwards with Matt Kenseth. Kurt Busch had an uncontrolled tire on that pit stop. He goes to the tail end of the line for the restart. Still on the lead lap. 16 lead lap cars as we get ready for green, and this time it'll be teammates in those Joe Gibbs Toyotas at the front row and arguing for position.
A bit of a disagreement.
Are several of the one lap down cars, including Jimmy Johnson and Danica Patrick. Back under green, Edwards races into turn one with the lead.
Here, our top 7 drivers did not pit. Everyone else behind them made a trip to pit road.
Matt Kenseth can't come up to the top side because Casey Kane is there racing for second.
Little 5 cars looking good. He's been keeping his nose clean all night, and it's time to make his move. He's going to the front.
Quickly single file back through the first 8 positions. Side by side at 9th, Ryan Newman, Clint Boyer. Now Jamie Little's caught up with Jeff Burton.
And he's been checked and released. His dad, Ward Burton, came up and had some words with you. What exactly happened?
Well, 48 just got into us a little bit, and I thought I had it saved and just snapped back on me. I had a lot of wheel input in it. I was really tight. Hated for those guys, hated for us. I don't know. It's hard to give a lot of people room. There's not a lot of room to pass, and he just got into me and turned me around. So it is what it is. We'll go to Richmond next week.
All right, one of those young drivers making his first start here at Bristol, Mike.
And that's look, rookies, you go through this. You know, you learn from your mistakes. And if he did something wrong, if Jeb feels like he did something wrong, he will learn from that. He'll know better next time.
171 laps to go at 5th place. Justin Allgaier, the Gator, with Kyle Larson. Now Allgaier got the free pass on the 3rd caution. Remember, he got his first Nationwide Series win here.
Run with him now.
Larson completes the pass for 5th.
You just listen right now, though. I'm telling you, there's 170 laps to go, 169. Can't let your guard down. Just because you've made it this far, whether you're Allgaier or Larson or any of those first 5 or 6 cars, can't let your guard down. Got to stay on your game here.
Jamie McMurray, you're riding with him in the 1 car back in 7th. He's the last driver on the racetrack right now that stayed out under that last caution.
But Larry, this is kind of what you look for. You want to get to this 100 with about 100 laps to go. Things have thinned out a little bit. And so you don't have quite the traffic that you had earlier in the race, and it makes it a little bit easier to get through traffic and to get around this racetrack. That's what I always did, waited for it to thin out a little bit.
16 cars on the lead lap, including Eric Almirola there in 8th. There are 3 cars 1 lap down and a host of cars 2 laps down, including Dale Earnhardt Jr. trying to fight his way up from 22nd. Let's go for a nationwide inside ride with the 88.
Side clear. Great job. Make sure all fans are on. Outside door, he's still there. Bumper still going to be there. Bumper clear.
Dale Jr. fighting back from 22nd position.
Just remember, Mike, he's 2 laps down. Got a ways to go here yet. He's not out of this race if he keeps his nose clean.
Well, he and his crew chief, Greg Ives, talking about Dale Earnhardt Jr., they pitted the last caution. So if they can get the caution and take one more wave around, that'll put them in a position to get that free pass, being only 1 lap down.
Yeah, don't count anybody out just yet.
Michael McDowell's made a pit stop. There are only 3 cars out of the race, or at least in the garage right now. David Reagan, Jeb Burton, and Kevin Harvick. Tony Stewart and former teammate Ryan Newman battle for 11th.
And Tony Stewart, there's another guy that's been quiet all night. He almost got lapped earlier. And here he is. He's in 12th place. And Vince, what do they say about the 14?
You know, the car really hasn't been bad, but just Tony hasn't been able to get any track position. Says it's just tight across the center. He thinks most of that's due because of the traffic. He said otherwise the handling of the machine has not been bad. They've not made major adjustments for the 14. Solid night, creeping near that top 10 position.
Now, Kurt Busch had to go to the back of the pack on the restart for an uncontrolled tire during his stop. So first he had to pass all the lapped cars. He's still working on them, and he's only gained one position since the restart, and that was a pass of Jeff Gordon. So Kurt right now in 15th. He's led 64 laps tonight, and at one point was a contender to win. That red chip indicates the penalty. Cost him 5 spots.
Debris, turn 1.
And that's the reason for this 7th caution flag of the night. It comes out at lap 344. Debris in turn 1. And it looks like that caution will benefit Jimmy Johnson, the first car 1 lap down.
And boy, has Jimmy had an eventful night ever since he got in the wall down here earlier. And I'm not so sure that piece of debris didn't come off of his car. No, I'm not sure about that one.
But we learned earlier in the year it does not matter as long as that race car did not cause the caution.
Yeah, we did learn that, didn't we?
That's right. Debris has no home.
No, but I think I know where it came from. Just saying.
Well, we're being told that may be off Danica Patrick's car. There are a lot of cars that could have dropped debris down in turn 1.
There's a good chance.
Accidentally.
Now, I would say those top 7 that stayed out, they will be pitting this time because now we can make it to the end without stopping again.
And we know these tires are good for all the way up to 150 laps. Jamie Little.
Justin Allgaier doing a nice job tonight. The car has been good. He's saying he's just a little free in and off, a little tight in the middle, but he's doing a great job looking for perhaps his first top 5 finish. Matt?
And Carl Edwards, guys, up on the wall. He makes his way to his box. This could be his last scheduled stop. Edwards, the car was pretty decent. No chassis adjustment. Remember they had that vibration? They looked at those lugs under that last red flag. They were good. Meanwhile, the 5 of Casey Kane, his car a little bit on the free side, but not bad at all. Vince?
The 20 of Matt Kenseth still likes his car. He said it started a lot tighter that section, but it came to him, so not bad. They're going to make an air pressure adjustment, a little tape on the grill, and 4 tires for Kenseth.
There's the Advance Auto Parts race off pit road. Jamie McMurray gains 5 spots with a 2-tire change. He will not be the leader because of the 7 cars that stayed out in front of him.
You know, I'm just not sure about a 2-tire change. I think it's maybe not a bad move, and I wouldn't normally say that except that I watched the race yesterday, and those guys ran 150-plus laps on the same set of tires and never slowed down. So they've got an amazing tire here this weekend that doesn't seem to fall off much.
Well, McMurray's car owner and Kyle Larson's car owner, Chip Ganassi, has already been to victory lane once today. Scott Dixon won the IndyCar race today in Long Beach for Ganassi. Kyle Larson is the race leader from Almirola, Boyer, Newman, Stewart, Menard, and Allmendinger. Those are the drivers who did not stop on this 7th caution of the night.
And with the exception of Larson, those drivers made a trip to pit road the last caution.
Big day on Fox. Next Saturday, a full day of racing, beginning with a special edition of Monster Energy Supercross. That's live from the Meadowlands in New Jersey, immediately followed by the Toyota Owners 400. Joey Logano, the defending winner. It all begins at 3 p.m. Eastern on Fox, and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Big day of 2- and 4-wheel action. We're all Byrnes strong at lap 348 for our colleague Steve Byrnes. And stand up to cancer. And our thanks to the folks at Bristol Motor Speedway and at Food City, title sponsor of the Food City 500.
Byrnes, I know I don't have to tell you, buddy, but this is getting down there where it's going to get pretty good here at the end.
Kyle Larson out in front, green flag. As he battles Almirola, and Hello Newman on the outside in third.
Just this track just always it does this. People you haven't talked about all night, gets down to 100, 125, 30 laps to go. People you haven't talked about all night at the front of the field.
Bowyer on the bottom, battling Menard side by side. They come off the corner for fourth.
Would you have thought we'd be talking about Bowyer? I mean, the way his car was in practice and qualifying, and here he is, just like he did at Martinsville, up there challenging for the lead.
And Mike, you talked about all of these drivers that they've not been to victory lane this year. I look at drivers, a lot of them up there that's on some long winless streaks, and Kyle Larson that's never won a Sprint Cup Series race.
But this is his kind of track, Larry. I felt like he could have a pretty good night here. He likes that high line, and he doesn't mind throwing it in there.
Look at the 19 Carl Edwards coming hard. He's got a very fast race car, but when you're in mid-pack, where are you going to go?
Well, you got to be careful with a really fast car, or you'll run over somebody trying to get back to the front.
Jamie McMurray got 2 tires. He is 6th. Kevin Harvick returns to the race after 42 laps to repair damage.
Now that's close, boys. Up close and personal. Reaching out and touching someone.
Looking back from Clint Bowyer's Toyota at Matt Kenseth.
Yeah, we'll see where McMurray in that one settles in, but it's almost like you're either better with the 4 tires that's been on the car or 4 fresh tires.
I think I agree, Larry.
Kyle Larson's playing hide and seek with the field. He's on a runaway.
He's running some pretty fast lap times too. He just ran a 15:20. That's as fast as anybody's run all night.
Carl Edwards has not been able to get past Allmendinger, and there's Casey Kane right with AJ.
But this is what happens when you have a lot of cautions. You get drivers that's been up front, that other drivers get off sequence and they get back in the pack because of making pit stops.
Yeah, quite honestly, you look back here with Casey Kane and Carl Edwards. I mean, they're not going anywhere.
Meanwhile, Kurt Busch has moved into the top 10 and just took 9th place. Now battling Tony Stewart for 8th.
Heck of a battle right here. I mean, on the right of your screen, the 5 and the 19, trying to work cautiously around the 51 of Algar here. With Ricky Stenhouse kind of watching this thing saying, okay, boys, what are y'all going to do? I got to go.
Yeah, you look at this group right here that we're riding with. This is a group that was up inside the top 5 not that many laps ago.
Carl Edwards leading the race, and now he's having trouble just hanging on to the spot, whatever spot he's in here right now, 14th.
Here comes Stenhouse and Jeff Gordon trying to take advantage. Let's move up to 5th place. 2 Toyotas continue their intramural battle. Kenseth and Bowyer.
But Matt Kenseth, he has the freshest tires of all these drivers that he's racing with right now. 4 tires on that 20 car.
Jeff Burton is back in the race. And that leaves only David Reagan in the garage. Now the top 5, none of whom, only Kenseth stopped on that last caution. So it's been a while for Larson, Newman, Almirola, and Menard.
And starting with Matt Kenseth, he can make it to the end. And with the number of cautions, I'm not going to say it's out of the realm of possibility for Newman, Almirola, Menard. Now, Larson, that would be a stretch even with the number of cautions, considering when he last made a pit stop.
Yeah, and so you think we're going to go to the end with
not even remotely.
Not even close.
Got away from Paul Menard right there. And that drops him to 7th.
It's just interesting. I love this place. It's one of the things. Oh, gosh, the 42 just got in the back of the 40 right there going down the front straightaway.
And Landon Castle pounded the wall.
Oh, my gosh.
Head on and hard.
Larson wasn't sure which way the 40 was going to go, and he pounded and hit him.
Lap 367. 8th caution flag. Now, Castle was the last place car in the race and was nowhere near. Here he's moving around. Looks like he's okay. He's moving around in the car. He has not yet dropped the window net, which is the signal to the safety workers that he's okay.
That was a hard lick, I can tell you that.
Now the net's down. He's taking the steering wheel off and getting ready to climb out. There's the damage to Larson's car.
Yeah, you can see right there where Larson got into him. Larson was closing so fast. Take a look at it. Come off the corner here. Looked like Larson started to go the inside. He saw the 26 of Jeff Burton there. He started back to the outside, and the 40 was there, and he clipped him. See right here, he said, okay, I can't go that way. I got to go this way. And there was a 40, and he clipped him, and what an impact. Thank the Lord for safer barriers. Thank the Lord. The 26 was there. The 42 of Larson was going to go down on the inside. He saw the 26, and when he went back outside, he clipped the 40 and turned him into the wall.
And you see that barrier move and deflect a lot of the impact, helping Landon Castle to be able to climb out of that car under his own power.
That hurt. Safer barrier or not, that hurt.
These steel and foam barriers designed to deflect on impact but not throw the car back into traffic. Castle had a bad practice crash here last March.
Yeah, that's energy absorbent foam, what you see right there. It's about 30 inches worth, and it just lets that wall move, which dissipates energy that's transferred back into the race car.
And Larry, I think they're going to have to replace some of those blocks because that wall is bowed a little bit, and I noticed a couple of those, looked like one of those blocks was broken, so they may have to do a little work on that safer barrier.
Danica Patrick will get the free pass on this, the 8th caution flag of the night. And Larry, for the drivers who did not pit, this may help them. These caution laps won't burn a lot of fuel.
Yeah, Larson's the one I'm not sure. Plus now he has damage.
Not much.
Last year's Rookie of the Year and the leader at the moment with 128 laps to go here in Bristol. Kyle Larson, some damage on his car, bringing out the 8th caution of the night. A quick recap. Kevin Harvick has led the most laps in this race, 184 as he has throughout the season, but you'll see his problems a little bit later. Carl Edwards, who has led 4 different times, took the lead for the first time on lap 257. We've had 2 red flags, rain delays that have pushed this from a day race into a night race, and this wreck involving Kurt Busch and Jimmy Johnson.
Kurt Busch went in the corner, his front end slid up into Jimmy Johnson, spun around, and then Jimmy Johnson, trying to make his way back to the front, gets into the back of Jeff Burton, spins him around the back straightaway, collects Kevin Harvick, one of the dominant cars tonight.
A string of top 10 finishes throughout, and that could come to an end for Kevin Harvick. And Johnson getting more damage moments ago. This is what happened with first, as Landon Castle has been released from the care center, the first place driver running into the last place driver.
Well, only at Bristol can that happen when the first guy wrecks the last guy. What a big impact by Castle there. Glad that he's been released and is okay.
Yeah, all 5 winners this season tonight have either had damage to their car or a lap down as we look at the Food City race summary with 127 laps to go. Larson, the 22-year-old, looking for his first Cup win, the leader at the moment.
If you asked me to predict where he might win at first, it would be Bristol. This is a tough young kid.
Let's check in with Jamie Little.
Well, Landon Castle has been checked and released. First off, that was a huge hit. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I just really frustrated. You know, I clearly came down on the 42, and I knew he was back there, but I didn't know how far back there, and the 26 went to the bottom, and I wanted to get behind him so the 42 could go on the outside, and then all of a sudden my spotter said inside. So he must have just had a huge run on me, and you know, it's really frustrating. I hope the 42 didn't get any damage. You know, they're playing a really smart pit strategy, and I hope it works out for them.
All right, glad you're okay, guys.
Hard hit for Landon Castle. Slight damage for Kyle Larson.
But you know, that's a great young kid, Landon Castle. You know, I'm okay, but I hope the 42's all right. I know I was involved, and if I had something to do, I'm sorry, but I hope the 42, who's leading the race, is okay. And even he knew they were on a different pit strategy, Larry, which I thought was kind of interesting.
Yeah, because of all the drivers, he's been out there the longest since lap 311. And we saw yesterday, and I think especially in these cooler temps, that these tires just do not give up. So it almost makes me believe the deeper we go into this race, that Kyle Larson and Chris Heroy, they are making their bed, and they're going to lay in it by trying to run this thing out to the end and keep that track position.
It's going to be, they're going to be pretty close on fuel.
But again, these cautions, every lap of cautions, because you figure here about 3 to 4 laps of cautions, and it could even be more depending on what the driver's doing, is like 1 lap of green.
Coming up next on Fox Sports 1, Fox Sports Live with complete post-race coverage, followed by Garbage Time with Katie Nolan. Danica Patrick, the free pass car on this caution, will pit.
We just saw a shot of the 83 car there of Di Benedetto. I tell you, that kid qualified good. He's running 20th tonight, and they're having a pretty big night. That 20 bunch, or that 83 bunch is. Good for them. There he is. Nice young man.
And right now we have no drivers that are 1 lap down, so it would be Dale Earnhardt Jr., Matt DiBenedetto, Casey Mears, Alex Bowman, Brett Moffitt, Mike Lynette, and Sam Hornish Jr., the drivers that are 2 laps down, including David Gilliland and Greg Biffle.
Quite a battle there for that free pass.
To get 1 back, yeah.
Yeah, just to get back 1.
So we will restart with 18 cars on the lead lap. Well, it may have been a similar piece that caused that debris caution.
That's what I was thinking.
That
looks like the piece that fell off earlier.
Yeah. And there it went. That one was just put on, and now it's off. And we're going to add a lap to pick that up. Darrell, I want to go back a caution or two. Kevin Harvick spinning into the stalled car of David Reagan. You know, we had an incident with Timmy Hill, did much the same thing. We were kind of hard on Timmy that he couldn't control his car and spun into a stalled car on the racetrack. Tonight, Kevin Harvick does Similar thing. Did it look like the rear brakes locked up on Harvick and he slammed on the brake rather than being able to steer around the stopped race car?
Well, the suspicious part of that whole thing is that the 2 lead cars that were in front of him, they went high and made it just fine. Whatever happened, Kevin jumped on the brakes, got the car sideways and couldn't get it stopped, and that's how he got into the accident.
Another reason these drivers may be staying out, especially like Kyle Larson and Chris Leroy as crew chief, is look at the radar right here, and they're able to see the same radar, Jamie, that we're looking at. Is that what they're thinking?
He's definitely looking at the radar. Shine, what is your plan here? It's been a while since you guys last pitted.
Yeah, it's been a little while, but there's some storms popping up. Maybe we'll get a little, rocky top luck. If not, we'll come stop one more time and take it from there. So he's doing great out front. Target Chevy's been strong. Yeah, we're happy with it.
Very minimal damage. They're going to roll the dice, Mike.
All right, Jamie. In Trevor Bayne's hometown, Knoxville, Tennessee, down to the southwest about, 90 miles away, it's raining.
Oh, we're going to make it to the end, guys. We only got 120 laps to go. We make it.
Vince?
Well, it's been a tough decision for the 20 team because of the fact that the rain potentially is coming. How hard does Matt Kenseth run this car, or do they save those tires because they don't want to pit again?
No, baby, you got to go. It's time to go. When you get down into close to 100 laps, if you got anything left, use it.
Kyle Larson, Ryan Newman, the front row, Kenseth and Almirola. Here we go, green flag.
Terrible start by the 31 car Newman. He just did not go at all.
And that really hurt Eric Almirola in that blue number 43 car. You can see him trapped on the inside as Carl Edwards in the 19 goes by him.
And Edwards edges ahead of Almirola. He's in 6th place. Matt.
Mike, Edwards reported that his car was tight on the high side, but he was going to go to the front. They debated whether or not to pit. They decided to stay out. But Jason Hedleski, his spotter, has been telling him, rain now, about 14 miles out. Time to go.
I think so, and I'm proud of Carl because when he got back into traffic there, he's taking care of his car. His car doesn't have a scratch on it yet, and he's really got a fast car. He can get back up there maybe.
Almirola Boyer side by side. Boyer wins that battle, moves up to 8th.
But back to Kyle Larson in the 42 car in this tire situation. Just ran his quickest lap of the race. Out front leading, not having to fight no one.
Well, I just saw that yesterday, that the tires just don't give up. The tire they got here this time, it just doesn't, it just goes and goes and goes.
The 51 of Justin Allgaier, last lap dropped way back. He's back at 12th, battling Allmendinger for 13th.
And he and A.J. Allmendinger in that 47, they were drivers that came to pit road the last time.
Mike, these guys are running 15 flats right now. I mean, there are cars that didn't qualify anywhere near that fast. There are only a few cars that were in the 14s. Most of them are right around that qualifying speed. You just saw the 42 car shove up the hill too, and that allowed Matt Kenseth to close up a little bit.
Meanwhile, Kurt Busch hit the afterburner and moved past the Rocket Man, Ryan Newman. That moves Busch up to 3rd. And he has all but completely overcome that penalty for having a getaway tire on a pit stop.
I think Matt is making a little bit better time getting in the corner. He's getting down into the corner a little bit better. See right there, he closes. Matt is trying hard now. He's driving her for all she's worth. Matt's had a great night. I mean, he qualified on the pole. I think the last time he won here, he started from the pole.
And the last time he visited victory lane in a points race, 51 races ago.
Now, when Kenseth won here in 2005, that ended a 56 race winless streak. He won from the pole.
Well, I know one thing. That kid in the 42, he's real comfortable running that high line. That's right. That's in his wheelhouse right there.
Vince?
Kenseth's crew chief Jason Ratcliffe was telling me today one of the things that makes Matt so good, especially here at Bristol, as you guys were running down his success, is that he knows exactly what the car needs for for the race. They didn't chase the stopwatch during practice. Yes, they wanted to be fast, but they weren't chasing the watch. They were racing to get Matt the car that he wanted in the race, and it's paying off here with just less than 100 to go.
Yeah, that was what made last week at Texas so confusing. When that car was as bad as it was and Matt spun it out and he had no idea what was wrong with it, made a great recovery. How do you get something like that, put it behind you, come here, win the pole, and maybe win the race?
Now Jimmie Johnson is 8 seconds back. This is for 16th place. Once Johnson got back on the lead lap, he's been unable to advance.
I think that old 48 car's beat up a little bit.
How about Eric Jones in that number 11? He is relieving Denny Hamlin. After the first rain delay, they worked on Hamlin's sore neck, couldn't get him squared away, and they put this 18-year-old in the car after he did a great job in the Xfinity race. And he has responded. He lost a couple of laps early, but since then he's only given up one, and he's been clean and competitive.
Yeah, and because of his lack of experience, if it had been on a bigger racetrack, a mile or a mile and a half, he wouldn't have been able to get in the car.
Dale Jr. 2 laps down. Ricky Stenhouse 13th and on the lead lap.
Yeah, Stenhouse is not happy with Jr. I think he feels like he's holding him up.
Here we go.
Come on, man. You're 2 down. I'm on the lead lap. I got to go.
And Stenhouse is back in the 13th position. And as you said, Dale Earnhardt Jr., the first driver, 2 laps down.
And Jr. got a piece of the wall right there. And up front, here comes Kenseth yet again with 100 laps to go, trying to take advantage of sophomore driver Kyle Larson.
Yeah, now the question is, I've caught him. How in the heck am I going to get around him?
Well, one thing that Kyle Larson is about to encounter is a lot of drivers that are a lap down the tail end of the field. And if you throw out the cautions, Matt Kenseth tires, they're about 30 laps fresher than Kyle Larson's tires.
And here's what I think Matt knows, and I think the 42, he's going to stay up high. I think Matt's car can go to the bottom and maybe make the pass.
Yeah, they're about to catch a ton of drivers at the tail end of the field.
Brad Keselowski, the 19 laps down after crashing on lap 20, a yellow that led to a red flag for rain.
I think that experience of Matt Kenseth, and we get into this heavy traffic, that's where Matt may be able to make the pass. I think Matt's trying to stay close enough so when they do get into traffic, if Larson stays high, he might be able to have a shot to slip under him on the bottom.
Now 2 laps ago, we saw Larson dive to the bottom in 1 and 2 when uncontested. Maybe just testing the waters down there?
Possibly. He knows the same thing. He's thinking the same thing I am. Kenseth can run the bottom probably better than I can, so I'm going to have to go down there and block him if it comes to that. You see right here, he's kind of diming that corner off, got a nice run off the corner. He's moving around a little bit. He's a cagey little kid. He knows what he's doing.
Now Cole Witt is just ahead. Jeb Burton back on track, holding the low lane around the racetrack, not up battling people, but trying to survive to the finish. So everybody will go around Burton's single file, and then they'll be back at it for the lead. Not Kenseth, threads the needle.
He's looking.
3 wide for a second there. No opportunity though.
I think Kenseth's got a better car. It's just whether he can figure out a way to get around him clean. That's going to be the question.
Boy, Larson's car, that 42, really gets off the corner good, turning it down off turn 4.
See, right here could be a chance for Matt.
Matt Kenseth up behind Cole Witt. Trevor Bayne up to the top side, and that's a clear path for Larson.
Guess what? These 2 guys racing for the lead, they're going to have a little more company. You see that red nose? That 41 closing in.
Kurt Busch draws ever closer in 3rd. None of the top 5 have been to victory lane in less than 34 races. That's nearly a whole season since any of the top 5 have visited victory lane.
Well, Matt didn't win a race all last year. He's been on a dry spell. Larson, we keep waiting for Larson. Everybody says this guy's going to win a race. This guy's going to win a race. Here he is in the best spot he's been in quite a while. And then you got Kurt Busch coming back from his deal, wanting to win a race and get in the chase. So we got some hungry hounds up here right now.
It's 3.5 seconds back to fourth place Ryan Newman and Jamie McMurray. So it's Larson, Kenseth, and Busch. Wow, it's been exciting. 80 laps to go, and Kyle Larson still leads. But Matt Kenseth and Kurt Busch had difficulty lapping Danica Patrick as she fought off Michael Annett. They're battling hard all around this track.
Well, you can just feel the urgency. I mean, laps are running out. There's weather coming. I mean, you can see everybody's driving as hard as they're driving as hard as I've seen them drive all night long. They're not they're not waiting on anybody. Bump them out of the way and go.
Second and third a car length apart. Larson's been able to get away because of all that battling. And now look at this battle. Fifth place, McMurray, Edwards, and Gordon. Behind Ryan Newman.
I'll tell you that Kyle Larson, though, he's got ice water in his veins now. Remember how he raced with Kyle Busch? He and Kyle Busch had a real battle here. Think back to California when he was able to hold those guys off there. And tonight, he's got a car that's as good or better than anything in the field right now.
Now that's Eric Jones just ahead.
Buddy, I tell you, it's no cakewalk. I mean, there's lap cars and they're good race cars too. Eric Jones up there. There goes Greg Biffle. Right up in front of them is Martin Truex Jr. These are good race cars. They're going to be hard to get by.
All right, Yaley on the bottom and a good launch off turn number 2 for Larson. He gets past Jones in the 11. Now he goes to work on Biffle. And he extends his lead over Kenseth and Kurt Busch.
One thing that he can do better than a lot of guys I've seen, he's got that move where he can go in and does that slide job and makes it work without getting in trouble. He's really good at that.
And then he's able to turn down to the bottom, especially off turn 4, and really keep the speed up on that 42 cars.
Daryl, I'm amazed at that move he's developed. He just learned that. He would go in right next to the wall, cut to the bottom, and shoot away from Kenseth. I've never seen that pulled off like he's done here. That's a dirt racer. You're adjusting to the conditions, figuring out what your car wants, what your car needs to pull the job, to do the job that you're trying to do. This is an amazing performance by a 22-year-old kid.
Yeah, and Michael, he's not scared to hang it out. It doesn't bother him. He drives that thing down under people and lets her go right up in front of him.
He's asking so much out of that car with those worn tires on it, and the car is giving it to him.
Boy, Jimmy Johnson and Casey Kane almost came to blows. Now this is all battling for position back at 14th.
Yeah, it almost looked like Jimmy Johnson was trying to get up in front of Casey Kane. He said, Not tonight.
And I think what you see going on here is the reason that Chris Heroy did what he did with Kyle Larson. He felt like, I'm going to roll the dice and give my guy track position and see what happens.
Well, Carl Edwards is a good example. Carl Edwards leading this race. He's right now running in 6th place and going nowhere. Got 4 good tires, but he ain't going nowhere.
2nd place. This is the battle. The 20 of Matt Kenseth. The 41 of Kurt Busch, who's come back from a penalty to be just a 1.5 seconds off the lead. Tony Gibson sidelined with a kidney stone. Kurt Busch trying to make the most of things here. Now, Kenseth had a shot at Kyle Larson, could not pass for the lead, and then fell back to battle Kurt Busch for 2nd. Heavy traffic with 68 laps to go in Bristol, Tennessee on Fox.
He's still my heart.
Kyle Larson has just pitted for Sunoco Race Fuel and Tires, so the battle on your left instead of for 2nd is now for the lead. The yellow 20 of Matt Kenseth, the red and black 41 of Kurt Busch for 1st place.
Kurt has got a better car right now, but Matt's got that position up high. Unless he gets boxed in here behind one of these lap cars, I just don't know if Kurt's going to be able to get by without really getting down in there and getting aggressive. Pretty amazing the job that Kyle Larson was able to do, though, on the older tires, and he really gapped Matt Kenseth and those guys, was pulling away when he had to make his pit stop.
Kyle Larson goes a lap down with that green flag stop. He is not in the free pass position. That belongs to Danica Patrick. You see the 3rd place battle on the right. Ryan Newman trying to hold off Jamie McMurray. Chris.
Well, Ryan Newman's just been fighting all night long, trying not to get frustrated in that car because he went down a lap early on at lap 145, but back on the lead lap, having a good run now. But they are also another one of these teams that's gambling with the rain. They can't make it to the finish. They're hoping it rains.
For the lead, Kurt Busch on the bottom, turn 2. Slides up in front of Matt Kenseth. No, he doesn't. He leaves the top lane open, but he's going to use Martin Truex Jr. as a pick if he can.
I don't know. If you leave that top open, man, it's hard to give that up. You got to slide up in front of Matt Kenseth, take that spot away.
The door was open just for a second there. Looks like he may clear him now. They still got a lot of lap traffic in front of them.
Great move by Busch. Now Kenseth's gone 3 wide through the middle several times tonight. Not that time.
Well, this race has been won from the pole 22 times.
Wow.
That's the most prolific winning spot in the field. And, of course, Matt Kenseth is our pole holder.
4th place. How about this battle? Ryan Newman, Jeff Gordon now back in the picture, and Carl Edwards. Gordon shoots the middle.
Boy.
Swips up top Here comes Edwards on the inside. How about Jeff Gordon coming back from a loose wheel and 2 laps down?
2 laps down, not too long ago, and there he is up there in the top 5.
Third place.
Got a pretty good race car right now, and he's not afraid to use it.
Yeah, started in 23rd and had worked his way inside the top 10 when he had that loose wheel.
Now he is 3.3 seconds behind Kurt Busch. All right, let's get 3 things you need to know with about 50 to go. Vince.
What a night it's been for Kurt Busch, a 5-time winner here at Bristol, working with a fill-in crew chief. They had a bad vibration early in the race, contract and right front damage, then a pit lane penalty, all of that, and now he's in the lead with less than 50 to go. Matt?
Bristol, one of Jeff Gordon's favorite racetrack. 5 wins here. He's a rhythm racer, which helps his success. The right rear that was loose on lap 208 put him 2 laps bound, but he has shown great patience and he's recovered, working on his first top 5 since Phoenix, Chris Neville, of last fall.
Well, Kevin Harvick just dominant the first half of this race, led 184 laps, but then contact, massive wreck with Jeff Burton at lap 310. Now 43 laps down, just trying to get to the finish. Vince?
Riding with Carl Edwards to the inside on Jeff Gordon. This is the fight for 3rd.
Man, that was close. Carl Edwards working pretty good on the bottom right now, able to work around Danica Patrick here and put a little distance between he and Jeff Gordon.
Let's have a look at Jeff Gordon's day. After his kids, Ella and Leo, gave the command to fire engines, he had that problem with a loose wheel, elected to pit under green to change it, and he has fought back.
And listen, he is driving that thing down in the corner as hard as it'll go and just letting it slide up into whoever's. If there's somebody on the outside of him, it's like, excuse me, I'm in a hurry.
Well, I said after Martinsville, when Jeff Gordon in the last 50 laps came from the back to 9th, I said if he drive that the rest of the year, drive like that, he could be our 2015 champion. Tonight, he is driving just like that.
They always told me on a short track, if the right side of your car's beat up and banged up, you've been racing. If the left side's all beat up and banged up, you've been in the way. Right now, the right side of that 24 car is used up.
Right now, he's about a half a second behind Carl Edwards in that 19.
Kurt Busch has a 1-second lead. We listened in.
Update, what's going on? I'm up to my tires. Where are we running? How many to go? What are we doing? Charlie, what's the update? Good to 503 on fuel. We are P1 right now.
See, Kurt's one of those kind of drivers, he needs that kind of information. How are my tires? How is our fuel? What am I doing? Help me out here. Give me some information.
He talked about his 5 wins here. His first career win was here in March of 2002.
40 laps to go, 39 now. You won't miss a thing. We're here to the finish. 32 laps to go. You just saw the important pass for the free pass position. Kyle Larson now the first car 1 lap down after making that green flag pit stop for fuel and tires. Should a caution come out, he'll be back on the lead lap after leading 90 laps tonight.
Yeah, well, we're running out of time. We're down to 30 laps to go. Even if he got the free pass, I don't think he could get back to the front. But man, I wouldn't want to have to try that and see trouble over in turn 2.
Yep,
it's okay.
Keselowski.
It's okay.
Saved it. All right, Matt Kenseth now 1.5 seconds back of the leader.
Okay, we can still get this 41. Just work on them lappers. 10-4, buddy. Just keep your eyes out front.
He's closing on Eric Almirola down to the inside, a little off the pace. Matt Kenseth, since his last win, well, he's lost the lead on the final lap 8 times.
But you know what? I like his attitude. He said,
oh, turn 4. McMurray got pounded by Josh Wise. Boyer ran into him. Here they come. Danica Patrick gets turned in turn 4 again. This time she keeps going. And against the wall is Michael Annett.
Oh my gosh.
Don't know what happened to McMurray's car, but it's almost like he just stopped and got pounded. He blew a tire, we're told.
Wow.
9th caution flag, lap 473. 2 cars ahead is the 1.
Keep going.
So Wise and Boyer were just victims. Right along with Jamie Mack.
Oh, you heard the tire pop.
Easy now. Keep digging. I blew a tire.
Wow, how quickly things change.
And there's just nowhere to go. You're running so close together. You're running so fast. There's no stopping distance at all. And if anything happens, you're a part of it.
Now the 11 will catch Ricky Stenhouse right there. Stenhouse hard on the brakes, and then Annett gets into Eric Jones. That's Josh Wise sideways on the racetrack.
The accordion effect. It just backs up, back.
Biffle, another near miss. The last time we had one in turn 4, he just got by. Chris Buescher drives through Stenhouse.
We got an interesting situation here because we're going to have about 20 laps to go racing. And we've got right now 14 drivers on the lead lap. All of them essentially, for the most part, with the exception of Kyle Larson, who's still at lap down because Eric Almirola got the free pass, have over 100 laps on their tires. Everybody wants tires, but trust me, there's going to be some drivers stay out for about a 20-lap sprint race.
You know what else they're going to want, Larry? Wipers. In a couple of minutes here.
Oh, we got to get going again. Come on, guys.
Austin Dillon up for 5th after all this settles out.
But look at the right side of his car. I mean, he's been in the wall. I noticed Matt Kenseth, he's been in the wall. Right side of the tires all wiped off. No Goodyear on them. Guys have been driving the wheels off these things here the last 100 laps.
What a beautiful sight. Bristol Motor Speedway, world's fastest half mile. From our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Everything they learn making tires for NASCAR inspires what rolls into yours. Goodyear, official tire of NASCAR. Jamie, how's Clint Boyer after that pileup?
Yeah, he just came in and pitted to fix the fuel, and he just radioed to his team. I sprained my wrist pretty bad. He said, I'm not sure what happened, but it hurts.
You can see it looks like his left hand is got a picture of Byrnes and Bryson's on the hood there. Bryson.
And pit road is open. Kurt Busch comes in.
And right now, he is a lonely man.
Whoa.
A lonely man.
I didn't see that coming.
I didn't see that coming at all. Oh, my gosh. Where is Tony? I mean, you got to remember something. He's got his backup crew chief.
And Greg Zipadelli's up on that box with him. To my point earlier, Vince, there are just so many drivers on the lead lap.
Yeah, Greg Zipadelli sitting right next to Johnny as well, and they talked about it coming. Got to free it up maybe just a tick, but otherwise the car is good. They didn't need to come for fuel. They're going to put 1 can of fuel in it, though, so certainly not what they were expecting. There were a lot of surprised looks on the faces of these crew members when Kurt Busch was the only one to dive on the pit lane.
Well, it's not that bad, Vince, because a lot of the cars right behind him were lapped cars. So only 4 cars right behind him stayed out, and then 1 other a little further back. So it's going to cost him 5 spots. It looks like Kurt Busch is going to come off pit road and be the 6th place car.
Man, it might work out, but I know that I watched the race yesterday, and Kevin Harvick came in with about 20 to go, got 4 tires. Everybody stayed out. He went nowhere.
And I just think the problem, we're going to have 20 or less laps to go. I mean, that's less than a sprint race.
And the or less could be due to rain. I mean, it's imminent.
I just don't think I'd have done that, but we'll see.
So here are the cars that stayed out: Kenseth, Edwards, Gordon, Dillon, Stenhouse. Everyone from 6th on back, beginning with Kurt Busch, pitted.
And those 5 drivers that did not pit, the thing that makes them dangerous, they've got good race cars. It's not like they stayed out and been back there running 20th.
Yeah, no, it's going to cycle through here, and it's going to be look like Kenseth is back in the lead now with his teammate right alongside Jeff Gordon, who we know's got a pretty good car. Austin Dillon.
2 to go at the line. 21 laps to go when they get to the stripe. Coming up next on Fox Sports 1, Fox Sports Live, and then Garbage Time with Katie Nolan. Here's Vince.
Johnny Klausmeyer, crew chief for Kurt Busch. What went behind the decision to go ahead and come in there?
Yeah, we just decided we made a plan, and we're just sticking to our guns right here on pitting, and I think we'll be fine.
Did you feel like you needed to free up the car to come?
Yeah, we did a little bit. Just we had to go through traffic, and we did it before. When we got back there, we just freed it up, and it really helped us.
We'll see how it plays out, guys.
Well, what this means is they have the complete faith in their driver to bring that car back to the front.
Well, you know me, I always like a gambler. I like a guy that's willing to take a chance. He just took a big chance.
But what we're also banking on, which I'm not sure this is a safe bet, that we're going to run these laps caution-free. Kurt gets him 1 or 2 drivers. We get another caution. Okay, maybe back in the catbird seat.
And the other good news for Kurt is he's going to restart on the outside, and that outside has been pretty good for, getting these restarts down. So he's got a lot of things going in his favor. Plus, he got 4 good tires.
Oh, my gosh. Look up between turns 1 and 2. Are we in the Bay Area? The fog's rolling in.
What in the world is that?
20 laps to go in the Food City 500. Supporting our pal Steve Byrnes and Stand Up to Cancer. That Fox Sports logo with SPB, those are Steve's initials. Those decals are on most of the cars in this field. And we are ready to give Steve and his family and everyone who's stuck it out with us to the finish, I think, quite a finish here in Thunder Valley. Pace cars in. Matt Kenseth, Carl Edwards, green flag.
Good restart by both the 20 and the 19.
Kenseth could clear him down the back straightaway. Edwards falls into 2nd to 19.
Jeff Gordon on the bottom against Austin Dillon for a top 3 spot, and here comes Kurt.
Boy, I'll say, and in a hurry. I mean, he just can't be held up very long, though. He's got to get going. He can't ride behind this 3 and a 24 very long.
Trouble! Back straightaway. Pow! Inside, outside wall.
No.
Allmendinger and Kane.
Oh, no.
Casey Mears gets caught. So does Martin Truex. A great night for A.J. Allmendinger.
Wow.
Until now.
Dadgum. Casey Kane, Allmendinger. I mean, these are cars that were contenders.
That started midway down the backstretch, and they ran each other into the inside wall and then the outside wall.
See what started this. You see, here's the 5 back here.
Tony Stewart right in the middle.
Looks like the 14 got into the 5 and shot him into the 47 of Allmendinger, and it was on from there from those 2. But then I think they come back up in the racetrack.
Oh, yes.
Right there. And here comes.
Yep, Casey Mears.
Casey Mears. Here comes Martin Truex. Here comes Brett Moffitt. Wow. Oh my. This gives you a pretty good overhead right here. Of,
from the Goodyear blimp.
You see where it starts, and the cars go down the inside, and of course they come right back up in the racetrack, right in front of Casey Mears.
And that banking self-cleaning. Yeah. Down they go.
Down the hill he goes.
So back to the Kurt Busch situation. We talked about he was going to need a caution, but the laps are winding down now under caution.
Yeah, he only picked up one spot on that run there, and now he's going to have to restart on the inside. So not sure it's going to work out for him, but.
Casey Kane out of the car. He is okay. Tony Stewart getting into Allmendinger and Kane with collateral damage for Mears and Truex.
Yeah, right now, with them still trying to get cars off the racetrack, we're probably going to be less than 10 laps to go. We go back racing.
I tell you, big loser on that last restart was Ricky Stenhouse. He's all the way back to 9th. I think he was running 5th when they dropped to green on this restart.
Yeah, he's one of the drivers that stayed out that was in the top 5.
Yeah.
Well, Bristol is a track for streaks. It has a mean streak.
It does, and it just unleashed it too.
Let's have a look at some of what's happened today and tonight in Thunder Valley.
Easy there. I don't know what happened. Just took off on me. Sorry about that, guys. Get up, get up, get up, get up.
Despite all that, somewhat incredibly up to this point, there are only 2 cars out of the race, Landon Castle and Josh Wise. They are likely to be joined by Allmendinger and Kane. Carl Edwards is in 2nd place. We listened in.
I think he's going to take the top there, buddy. Okay, yeah, if he takes the bottom, it would help us. I'll let him in. I'll let him in.
Teammates. Now, lane choice goes to the 20 of Matt Kenseth, so Edwards trying to make a deal. How about the 3rd place driver, Austin Dillon? Matt?
Mike Gilmartin told me the biggest thing they learned from last year was just trying to run as many laps as possible and learning the give and take during the first 75% of a race. So when that light switch of intensity goes on in that final corner and everyone's at 100%, that's where that experience will help pay off. That's why the 3 car is in position to possibly score a win here tonight.
I'll tell you another car that's up there that I had no idea would even be in the race. That's the 48 car. He's running 6.
Nice comeback for Jimmy Johnson.
Really?
Now, Allmendinger ripped away the bent sheet metal. He's still on the racetrack. I think he has a tire rub, smoking just a bit.
And Jimmy Johnson has those fresh tires, and he will restart on the outside.
Yeah, and he's already got right side damage, so might as well lean on somebody. Lean on me.
To set the stage for what we hope will be the final restart, let's go to the Hollywood Hotel.
And Mike, for what looks like a first-time winner this season, the 5 winners so far this year have all been knocked out in one way or another. And we have a highlight of that. We can go back to show you. It started with the Penske Fords with Joey Logano and Brad Keselowski early.
On a green track early, Keselowski just gets loose. Logano with nowhere to go.
Denny Hamlin, after we had a red flag, as you see the Keselowski and damage to Logano, had neck spasms, so 18-year-old Eric Jones took his spot. Of course, he won a race earlier this year. Harvick and Jimmy Johnson, 2 wins each coming into the race.
And that was just a big crash on the back straightaway. You can see David Reagan stalled on the track, and Harvick plows into him.
And so the top 10 streaks, 7 straight, for Martin Truex, Joey Logano, Kevin Harvick, about to come to an end as well.
And we heard Carl Edwards saying, Matt, let me have the outside and I'll let you in. We saw that same thing at Martinsville. If you remember, Kenseth let Gordon on the inside so he would let him in. Much to Gordon's surprise. It'll be interesting to see if the leader of the race helps his teammate out here, because if not, he'll be stuck on the bottom, which isn't the place to be. And Austin Dillon running 3rd, he's going to be stuck on the bottom. That's a tough way to go.
51 races since Matt Kenseth's last victory, and Carl Edwards looking for his first victory of this season in a Toyota Toyota, and the pick of Steve Byrnes earlier today, watching on the pre-race show. Let's head back upstairs.
All right, you see the track dryers at work. They're not drying the track. They're blowing the speedy dry away from the collision. Casey Kane on the tow truck. Allmendinger able to continue.
I think if I was Matt and Carl Edwards was my crew chief, I know I can trust him, and I know it would be to Carl's advantage if I let him start on the outside. I think I would do it, even though there's only going to be about 10 laps to go, maybe less. As long as Carl holds up, does what he says he'll do, I'd work with him.
You know, I know we touched on Austin Dillon in that 3, but he only has one career top 5 finish, and that was at Daytona last July. So he's looking for his first top 5 finish at a non-restrictor plate track.
But this track is notorious for getting guys great finishes that normally don't have great finishes. I mean, we see it time and time again. You got to survive. This kid has survived tonight, and he's sitting there in 3rd place.
Kyle Larson was the first car a lap down. He'd been lapped just prior to the caution. He gets the free pass. 15 lead lap cars, including Jeff Gordon.
We don't have the time to waste. It's your decision.
In 4th place.
We can't do that, obviously. Okay, 10-4.
Those are your leaders.
Quickest one to go. Before they called it off.
I think there is the amount of laps we have to go to, the urgency there. You wouldn't want to get messed up in this I'll let you in and something not work right.
And the biggest 2 people that have to communicate this right now, because remember, Carl and Matt cannot talk to each other by the rules. So it's Jason Hedleski, which is Carl Edwards' spotter, and Chris Osborne, Matt Kenseth's spotter. They're the ones talking to each other up on top of the grandstands.
And with all that's gone on, here we are. We've run 490 laps. And now I got to make a decision about not just can I win the race. Now am I going to let my teammate in or not? Am I going to work with him? Am I going to give him that spot and trust him to let me in when we get down to turn 1? It's going to be very interesting. You just don't have a luxury of, you just don't have any space here to work with.
Yeah, Darrell, I just think when you get to this point, it's every man for himself. It has to be.
I understand, and I think I agree, but I understand Carl's situation too.
1 to go. Kenseth elects the outside. Edwards inside. Row 2, Dillon and Gordon. Row 3, Kurt Busch, Jimmy Johnson. Row 4, Paul Menard, Ryan Newman.
Yeah.
Row 5, Stenhouse and Stewart.
I think you just got to worry about yourself. You got to drive your car and worry about yourself. You drive.
10 caution flags, 9 hours of competition and red flags, and we're about to settle it.
You remember, win a race. Now it may put you in a position to win a championship at Homestead.
You know, let me win this race and I'll work with you next time.
There you go.
Pace car runs away. Austin Dillon may be overheating.
Steam
He's
engine.
the 3rd place car. Here we come. 8 laps to go. Green flag.
And he spun his tires big time, Austin Dillon, on that restart.
And just what Carl was afraid of is exactly what he's having to deal with. There's Jeff Gordon. Got him pinned down on the bottom. But Carl, I think, come on, you might be able to make it. Nope, not quite.
Kurt Busch shoots free of traffic. Tony Stewart gains 3 spots. Up the hill goes Edwards. He's in the fence.
Oh,
he's plowed into by Kurt Busch.
Are you kidding me?
Stenhouse gets turned around. Edwards is a mess.
Are you
And here they come to the
me?
caution flag at lap 493.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, Kurt, he had a head of steam, and there just was nowhere to go.
Couldn't stop. No, he couldn't stop. And Carl was down on the bottom, and he just got loose and walked up the hill. Pretty serious damage to the 19. And 41 is killed.
Let's sort this out, Darrell.
Yeah, I think you'll see Carl. He just carries it down into turn 1 pretty hard, trying to clear Jeff Gordon. See what happens here. He gets loose, get a little loose getting in. He's trying to get up in front of Gordon. Can't quite make it. Tries to stay off of Gordon, and a car catches and shoots in the outside wall. And here comes Kurt running wide open.
Well, when Carl got loose, how close he came to getting Jeff Gordon's left rear.
27 and 51 spin to the inside. You're riding with Carl.
Still out there.
All All right, looking down from turn 1.
He's a little bit loose before he got to the corner. Looked like he was trying to turn the car down, and Gordon's on the outside of him, got him a little bit loose before he even got to the corner, and then Carl just couldn't hang on the car, shot up the hill, and here comes trouble.
Allgaier and Menard spin to the inside.
Two guys that have had great runs tonight.
Yep.
Kept their nose clean. Bam. I mean, hit him a ton.
Sam Hornish got turned around, the number 9.
What a mess. That right there, my friend, is the Bristol Stomp.
And it all happened so fast.
Yep. Watch Carl just a little bit right here. Just a little loose when he got down there.
And there's the damage to Kurt Busch. So now we have 13 lead lap cars. And we'll double check. Looks like Danica Patrick is in the free pass position.
In a couple of situations at the front of the pack, and there you see Danica Patrick, she's going to go ahead and go around the pace car. Remember the last time on the restart, we had Austin Dillon in the 3 that looked like he was overheating, and now Ryan Newman in the 31, Austin's teammate, he will restart on the outside in that 31 car on the outside of the second row.
Explain to me, how did Jimmy Johnson get back to the top 5?
He's been in the wall, he's been spun out, he's been in all kind of trouble tonight, and look at this guy. He's up here running 5th.
Jamie.
And then to add insult to injury on that last restart, Jimmy Johnson said, guys, I think I may have run out of fuel. I'm not sure. There was a fuel pickup issue. So Chad Knaus, of course, on the box, very worried. They can't do anything about it now.
Yeah, and he last pitted, Jamie, at lap 477. So in as many cautions as we've had, it shouldn't be lack of fuel in the race car unless they didn't get it full or something.
This is what I always say about this race. When we had about 175 laps ago, I said, don't let your guard down. This thing ain't over. It's just going to start to get good. And, of course, you see what I was talking about. It's just this is the way it always ends up. We're going to have a green-white-checkered, probably the way it's going to turn out.
I think our 5-hour energy big move of the race ought to go to all the fans who've stayed with us, both here on Fox Sports 1 and in the grandstand at Bristol.
Mike, I think we've seen the best of both worlds. We have seen some awesome racing all night long, but we've also seen some crazy wrecks, too.
Well, Casey Kane was in the wreck prior. Jamie Little caught up with him leaving the care center.
Well, Casey Kane has been checked and released. Casey, so close to the end. What happened there?
We had a pretty good Great Clip Chevy. I get tight. The front didn't turn as well as I would have wanted after practices, but I cut up on the back in front of, I'm guessing it was Tony, and I felt him hit me when we got to turn 3 because he was obviously not happy I went up there, but that's what you do. You go to the outside here when there's an opening. There's a big opening. And then I'm guessing he spun me in turn 2. I haven't seen it, but so I think he's mad in 3, then spun me in 2. I don't know what his deal was, but he's running better than he usually does, so maybe he's just excited tonight.
Well, here's what Casey's talking about.
That's pretty good right there. Maybe he's just excited.
Allmendinger was able to continue. Now, Casey Mears ran a few laps. They've since pushed his car behind the wall, which might be a safe place for it if we go green-white checker here. With the rain advancing on Bristol Motor Speedway, there's Tony Stewart in 6th, behind Kenseth, Gordon, Dillon, Newman, and Johnson.
And no matter what, this has to be a morale booster for Tony Stewart and that Chad Johnston and that 14 team.
Oh, yeah. Running 6th right now. Struggled early, but got it back. I mean, look at the whole top 10. Matt Kenseth started on the pole, and other than that, I think he's only hadn't had trouble, but hey, guess what? Raindrops keep falling on my head.
Well, last year, Mother Nature won, along with Carl Edwards.
Well, the caution lights are already on, so we don't have to worry about that.
But just think about Matt Kenseth 2 years ago, 7 wins when he made the move to Joe Gibbs Racing, winless last year. And right here, just maybe on the brink of getting his first win of 2015.
I couldn't believe when I read that this race had been won from the pole 22 times.
Wow.
If Matt does win this race, that would be 23 now, the most of any other starting spot, which is unusual because the pole guy didn't win that many races.
Yeah, it's coming down a ton here.
No, I mean, you can see it out the window here. It's pretty much a washout. But we've run 500 laps.
We're sitting at 500 right now.
That's right. We've run 500 laps. Perfect.
1 year ago, it was bitter cold here in Bristol, and it was late. We'd had rain, we'd had delays, and the caution flag came out inadvertently. The rain came. It rained hard, and it was probably a blessing that the checkered flag was waved, and Carl Edwards became the Bristol Spring Race winner. Such irony that it is Carl Edwards which brings out what may be the race's final caution flag tonight. Sliding up and into the wall in turns 1 and 2 and collecting Kurt Busch.
Yeah, I think Carl may have been okay if Kurt hadn't have been coming so fast and ran into him. I know he would have probably lost a couple of spots, but he wouldn't have had a wrecked car.
Now, Kurt is still on the racetrack. He's the last car on the lead lap despite heavy nose damage. Trying to finish this one out. He is 1 lap down, but still on track. 13 lead lap cars. Edwards had a long stay in the pits and then returned to the racetrack.
Yeah, right now, Danica Patrick in that 10 on the lead lap got the free pass the last caution. She's sitting there in 12th position.
Well, they call this the Coliseum, and these things look like a bunch of chariots that have been in a real battle on a battlefield.
Justin Allgaier, even though he was involved in that accident over in turn 3, sitting there in 11th place right now.
Don't sit there, man. Get up and do a dance.
Jason Radcliffe trying to decide how hard is it raining. When you're leading, it's raining very hard. When you're in second place, it's going to stop any second, right?
Well, that's what Jeff Gordon's hoping.
Quite a job by Gordon to fight his way up to second place after having a loose wheel earlier. Matt?
Mike, such an impressive recovery indeed. And right now, Gordon is hoping that they restart this race. Caution lap after caution lap, he's concerned they may run out of fuel.
The first 3 cars were last on pit road more than 150 laps ago.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd want to. If I was Jeff Gordon, I'm going to restart second. Being down on that inside, Matt will take the outside. I'm not sure that would be a good spot for him to restart from. He might lose a spot or 2.
You can see when they were last on pit road, but Mike, I'm trying to do the math quick. Over 30 caution laps, and remember, roughly 3-to-1, 4-to-1 caution to green flag, and your driver can even save a lot more than that, and I'm sure they have been.
But and Larry, I understand the numbers perfectly, but that's assuming they got it full.
Yes.
You know, we always got to wonder if they got it totally full or not.
And a lot of times at Bristol, you don't wait on the fuel. You get the tires
and you go. So I kind of been there.
The most recent winner in the top 5 is Ryan Newman, and that was 34 races ago.
Gil Martin looking on anxiously.
And what I'm seeing now with Jeff Gordon and Austin Dillon, which is what they need to be doing, and now Austin Dillon, he's on pit road with the 3 car.
He's out of gas. I think he's just coasting.
But Jeff Gordon was down on the flat getting off that banking.
Just started, Cam 2. You're running. Put gas in it real quick. Come on.
Oh, my. Can you imagine?
Fuel only. And
tires on it, come on. Tires on it. We ain't got nothing to lose now.
Yeah, absolutely. You're the only lead lap driver making a stop. Put 4 fresh Goodyears on there, too.
Why, so you can ride around in the rain?
Scuff them.
I'm just saying.
I'm being optimistic.
You are. You're really pulling with them boys. I'll be doing the math.
If you take fuel only, you're 13th. If you take fuel and 4 tires, you're 13th.
I understand.
Here's the deal. The owner says don't put 4 tires on. The crew chief says 4 tires.
It just cost me $2,000 to ride around here in the rain.
Jeff Gordon in second place. We listened in.
Does it look light on the radar or heavy?
It's raining. It's raining hard.
Yeah, it's raining real hard over here in 3 now.
Yeah, it's getting steady hard now.
I think we've lost the track.
Well, we're hoping not. Here is a look at the weather radar.
It's coming
and it's
in a
on
hurry.
the way.
Yeah.
Just a little pop-up shower just south of the racetrack right there in green. Going past us, and then hopefully there's enough of a window to finish this.
If that other thing isn't here yet, I want to get done because I want to get out of here. Because that looked pretty serious.
Matt Kenseth, 51 races since his last win.
There you see Jeff Gordon, as I mentioned, staying off of that banking because we know he is awfully low on fuel.
Goodness gracious.
Second, third, and fourth place. Each got a free pass tonight as the pace car brings them down pit road. And I believe I hear the jet dryers firing up.
Oh, yeah, there's one in the third and fourth turn now.
And the pace car stopping just shy of the start-finish line for now.
I just saw a big, I think I saw the skylight light up over behind the back straightaway grandstand over there. I don't like the looks of that.
But based on what happened to Austin Dillon, I have to believe Matt Kenseth, Jeff Gordon, they're awfully glad they did bring him to pit road and didn't just keep riding around out there because they were on the same pit cycle as Austin Dillon in the 3.
This is spooky.
Yep, clouds
this is really spooky.
Keep rolling in off turn number 2. 505 laps complete officially. Hoping to get a green-white checker.
It's raining in the Coliseum. It's foggy in the Coliseum.
A couple more jet dryers come out, trying to make quick work of this wetness.
Well,
Darrell, I understand the emotional roller coaster of racing and stopping, but physically, you know, athletes that compete, stop, compete, stop. I know football players undergo specialized training because their 1 hour of play is competed in short bursts, but race car drivers don't do that.
You could have an anxiety attack right here with what's going on. I'm just telling you. I mean, Matt Kenseth's right and say, man, we run 500 laps. Matter of fact, we run 505 laps. Let's call this thing. You know, it's raining. We've been here a long time. I know what Matt Kenseth's thinking, but if you're Jeff Gordon, you're thinking, well, if I don't run out of gas, I might have a shot at this guy. So everybody's got a different agenda right here, and everybody's got different feelings about what should or shouldn't happen.
So the track has halted thanks to Mother Nature, but we applaud NASCAR for their efforts in trying to get this race completed under green. It's been a long afternoon, been a long evening. Thanks for staying with us, and hats off to these hardy fans who, just as we and you are hopeful of getting to see the checkered flag wave under green here tonight. Also, our Fox NASCAR crew has been on duty since 6 a.m. this morning. Production meeting at 8. Everyone, lots of folks in position for race day, and then pre-race, and then our race coverage. Spotters, cameramen,
waving
runners.
over there. Hey guys, and those were not bugs you saw in the cameras there. Those were raindrops.
Everybody.
Mike, I think you mentioned it. The amazing thing, all of these cautions and everything that's went on, 2 red flags, we still have 39 of the 43 drivers that started this race out there on the racetrack or on pit road right now.
And Darrell, most of those cars don't look an awful lot worse for wear.
Yeah, from here. If you get down there and look them over, I mean, they're all pretty well, you know, look at the 17, the 41, even look at Carl's car. I mean, these things are pretty much, they're used up.
Now, Carl Edwards slid up there and almost caught our second place driver, Jeff Gordon. Jeff's reaction?
Hey, Eddie, did Carl just lose it underneath me? Yeah, he got loose and lost it. And then the 41 got into him? Yeah. He tried saving and then crabbed up the wall and just blocked the lane, you know? Yeah, I mean, I thought we were lucky he didn't get into us. Oh, yeah. He scooted right by there.
I like the way he put that. He crabbed up the wall.
Yep. Eddie DeHaan, Jeff Gordon's spotter. Let's have another look at it. Racing for second.
And you'll see Carl's car right there got a little bit loose before he ever got to the corner. And man, I mean, and I think that's what Carl was trying to do. He's trying to keep from running into Jeff Gordon, and it ended up costing him as well.
Now you saw Allgaier and Menard spin down to the bottom of the racetrack. The 51, Allgaier now 10th, Menard 12th, still on the lead lap. Carl Edwards, meanwhile, is 24th, 4 laps down after a lengthy stop.
But to Larry's point and to these cars, on a short track like this, you can do a lot of beating and banging. You can do a lot of hitting the wall. You can get spun out. You can have a lot of things happen to you, and you can keep on racing.
But speaking of a lot of things happening, we've been talking about Jimmy Johnson in that 48 car, and I know it was not that many laps ago that we were selling the fact that everybody up front had not won a race in 2015, and there's Jimmy Johnson in that 48 car sitting there in 4th position right now. Yeah, everything but the roof is bent, but yeah, 4th place.
Now the rain has stopped, so the jet dryers are out there trying to make quick work of the racing surface. Not going to pay much attention to pit road because we're ready to go for green, white, checker. Thanks to all of you at the track who've stood up to cancer and stood up for Steve. And I saw a posting on Twitter of Roger Penske out in Long Beach, California, holding up one of those cards that said stand up for Steve. And we thank the captain and his drivers for being a part of our tribute to our colleague Steve Byrnes and for all of the patients and families who are battling cancer.
Mike, when I look at Kenseth and Gordon, okay, they're going to restart on the front row. All Kenseth's got to do is just stumble a little bit. He and Jeff Gordon go into corner side by side like we saw Carl and Jeff do. Maybe they get together. Maybe they break their momentum. Here comes that 31 car of Newman, who's starting 3rd. You also got Jimmy Johnson right back there in 4th, and Tony Stewart 5th. If anything happens on this restart, when we have one, I mean, there's some guys that could pounce all over those 2 cars that are leading the race right now.
Well, the outside has been the favored lane on restarts, Darrell. If Kenseth and Gordon get an even restart, go into turn 1 side by side, can Gordon complete the pass?
He can't, but he could break his. They could break their momentum and open up the bottom going down the back for one of these guys to dive bomb like Ryan Newman, dive bomb them, and now we're 3 wide going into turn 3. I could see a lot of scenarios here that would not be very pretty.
But I think it's worth repeating. I keep going back to Austin Dillon, out of fuel, had to come to pit road. Matt Kenseth and Jeff Gordon, that same possible situation, even though we've had a number of cautions.
Ryan Newman sits 3rd. We listened in on his team communication.
Jason, do you want to ask the 24 guys if you think they're going to be okay on fuel pickup? Yeah, I went and talked to the 24. He didn't give away too much, but they're pretty close, it sounded like.
There he goes. What if he stumbles on the start? I mean, and now he backs up that whole line that he'll be restarting in. So a lot of things could unfold in this green-white checkered.
And Larry's calculations may be spot on. They may have plenty of fuel. But everyone up and down pit road knows that the 2 cars that will restart on the front row, the 20 and the 24, were on pit road 131 laps sooner than anybody else.
And look, we're not going to just go out of the pits, come around and drop the green flag.
No.
We're going to go out of the pits. We're going to have at least 2 laps, I'd say. So that's 2 more laps under caution, and then we're going to get a green flag.
Kind of like that bunny rabbit last week, and no, it was not a jackalope. They're native to Wyoming. Here come the jet dryers. They're headed for the house.
Bring them home. Bring them home. Put them in a hole.
We're back under yellow, and we're pleased to put up a tweet from our buddy Steve Byrnes. A remarkable day. We miss you too. And we love you. Steve's brother and nephews are on hand here at the racetrack, and Steve's niece are here, and we're presented with a replica of the winner's trophy to take back to Steve. This happened at the drivers' meeting. Wow. Special day for a man who is so special to all of us and to all of the patients and families battling cancer.
And he's such a humble man that I can hear him now. Oh man, y'all don't need to do that for me. But I tell you what, I think we put on a pretty good show for you this afternoon, Mr. Byrnes, and I hope you enjoyed it.
Well, I'm guessing we're getting past his son Bryson's bedtime, but I'll bet nobody's going to bed tonight before this one's over.
No, sir. Bryson is reaching over and putting his hands on his dad's face and saying, "You're a good little soldier."
506 laps have been completed. We're back under caution. It will be the first attempt at green-white-checkered.
These kind of things just blow my mind. You know, we race here, we've been out here all day, and now we come down to this.
Brett Moffitt needed a push start.
It reminds me of going to a short track race somewhere. You know, cars, steam coming out of them, fenders dragging, tires all, you know, burnt. It's the craziest night I've ever seen.
You know, Darrell, Kenseth and Gordon, but just like Austin Dillon, pitted with 154 laps to go. That's right on the window. But
it is.
We have had 49 cautions.
Oh, yeah, they're good
in
shape.
those 154 laps. The only thing that makes me nervous is the fact of Austin Dillon running out. But to your point, did they get Austin Dillon totally full the last time he was on pit road?
And the only person that knows that is a guy that gasses that thing and the crew chief. You sure can't be telling that to Jeff Gordon right now or Matt Kenseth.
But how about these front runners aside from Matt Kenseth? Jeff Gordon got the free pass on the 6th caution flag of the day. Ryan Newman on the 4th caution. Jimmy Johnson on the 7th caution. And now they're all in position to win. Jimmy Johnson, team audio.
So the way that we've got it figured, we've got 20 laps of fuel. So we should be good. But just save us a little, just in case.
I think the other thing about Jimmy Johnson, he has hit everything but the Tennessee lottery here today.
Yeah, he ought to do like Harry Hall, going up there and hit that pace car. That's the only thing you haven't hit tonight.
Matt Kenseth's Toyota. Jeff Gordon's Chevrolet. 5 Sprint Cup championships between them. And right behind, Jimmy Johnson, Ryan Newman. And right behind them, Tony Stewart, Ricky Stenhouse, Larson, Almirola, Boyer, and Allgaier. That's your top 10 as we get ready for the restart. Green, white, checker.
Got to clean the tires up now. You've been setting the tires are kind of cold and you've been picking up a little bit of debris. Get those tires clean. You got to nail this restart.
Pace car in, Gordon lagging back a car length. He's got to come up even with Kenseth. Coming to the restart zone. It's on. Green flag.
Newman's the one that did not get a good restart in the 31.
No, and we saw that earlier tonight with the 31. Didn't get a good race sight. And look who's running second.
Johnson.
Shot out of a cannon, I mean, and he is going to be all over the back of Matt Kenseth as we come to the white flag.
White flag, Brad, one more time.
Better not slip.
Johnson high. Here comes Gordon trying to close. Kenseth owns the racetrack. Double wide for 4th. Newman inside of Stenhouse. Matt Kenseth from the pole breaks the drought, wins Bristol.
Great job by Matt Kenseth. Hadn't won a race in a year and a half here almost. Great job of him from the pole, but also.
Man, I'm absolutely speechless. You fought your guts out there, buddy. I wanted this one worse than anyone I've ever gotten. Thank you so much. Great job, guys.
Hey, thanks for everything on pit road so far this year. You guys have been doing a way better job than I have, so thank you. Making me look good.
32nd career win for Matt Kenseth. 51 starts since his last one at New Hampshire. Coach Coach Gibbs getting ready to lead the celebration for Matt Kenseth, who gets his 4th Bristol victory. First time he's won the spring race. And for Matt, that's his most wins at any Sprint Cup track. Sunoco fueling victories. This one's for Steve Byrnes. Kenseth becomes the 6th different winner of 2015. And it's the 3rd time he's won from the pole. 2 of those 3 have come here at Bristol. Kenseth defeats Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon, Ricky Stenhouse, and Ryan Newman. Complete post-race coverage on Fox Sports Live. Ryan Field and Don Bell. Thank you, fellas. Matt Kenseth breaks a long drought and gets his first win of the season. That's Denny Hamlin. Quick there to offer congratulations. Here's the 5-hour energy. Big move of the race as Kenseth beats Jeff Gordon on the restart.
Yeah, Jimmy Johnson was in a great spot. Jeff Gordon pinned down on it inside, and Jimmy Johnson was able to get by, and 17 right there as well.
That's your 5-hour energy. Big move of the race. Let's hear from the 3rd place finisher, Matt.
Impressive recovery from being 2 laps down, fighting back to have a shot for the win. How difficult trying to restart and go for the win on the bottom?
Yeah, that was tough. I mean, on such old tires, and you got to carry a little momentum to that line and not spin the tires, and then you've got guys with fresher tires behind you. But you know, I thought I got a really good restart, as good as I could ask for to be on that bottom lane, and pretty happy with this 3M Chevrolet to come home 3rd. You know, I mean, yeah, at one time it looked like we could maybe get 2nd, but you know, that was just chaos there. I mean, for us, it was chaos the entire race. I mean, we had a really good car. We had the loose wheel, had to come from behind. I didn't think we had the best car on that last, you know, long run. I thought Carl looked pretty good. The 41 was really strong. And, you know, we were building the top 5 out of it. But certainly didn't like NASCAR running us around under caution for so long. I thought we were going to run out of gas. I hated for the 3. Happy for Matt. You know, that's I think he deserved it. They had a good car, and, you know, it would have been a shame if he had run out of gas. So great job to him, and just really proud to have 3M on board and to get him a really good top, you know, 3 finish.
3rd place finish at Bristol, his season's best finish. Chris?
Awesome finish for Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy involved in a couple different incidents on the racetrack. You stayed in it, you fought all night, and what a restart there at the end.
Yeah, that was a wild night, but I just got to thank my crew for all the hard work. They burnt the midnight oil on Friday night, getting some stuff ready to put in this race car for Saturday's practice and turn it around. We're really bad on Friday, but my team never gave up, just like all the Lowe's associates in the store. They never give up, and we've rallied back and got a 2nd. Maybe had a shot at the win, but just thrilled to get such a great finish here. Probably one of the more tougher tracks for me as a driver. So very stoked to be here. Chevy was fast, and we'll go on to the next one.
Jimmy Johnson wins Texas in 2nd place at Bristol. Let's go over to Victory Lane with Jamie Little.
Well, the race officially started 9 hours ago. Multiple rain delays. It has been a long one, and you've waited a long time for this. Put into words what today has been like and what this win being here finally means.
It means a lot. I mean, I got a great race team. Last year was tough, and not winning again this year so far has been tough. We've been putting ourselves in position, so really need to thank Jason and all these guys. Our pit stops have been great, and I haven't been doing as good a job, and the cars haven't been as good, but these guys have been really doing it. So I want to thank everybody at JGR, and of course Dollar General. I think they stuck it out all day to watch us. Thanks all the fans for staying, and all our sponsors, Dollar General, DeWalt, Toyota, TRD, Gatorade, Citizen Watch, Wiley X, Reesers, and Cessna. Great partners, and proud to be standing here representing them.
Standing up for cancer. We stand up for Steve Byrnes.
And Steve, because I am Steve's favorite driver. He doesn't tell a lot of people that, but I am his favorite driver.
Claiming it right there, and he is watching. Congratulations, Matt Kenseth wins at Bristol.
How about that? Congratulations from his crew chief. What a wild day and night, but worth it.
You know what this proves? It ain't over till it's over.
Never.
When you run 500 laps here, you have no idea what's going to happen until the checkered flag falls.
And then I think about Jason Ratcliffe saying how much he needed this, Matt Kenseth's crew chief. Remember, just past the halfway, he pulled the belts tight and made that huge chassis adjustment to the left rear, gave up track position, but it paid dividends for that 20 car.
Well, that rubber out left rear took him a little longer, came out 7th, but it paid off.
Great night for Kenseth and for Justin Allgaier, who gets a career best finish, and for Danica Patrick, 2 top 10s in the last 3 races. So great progress there.
And for Matt Kenseth, you're never too old to be emotional, and he was for a number of reasons. He just won the longest race in Bristol history, 511 laps. So congratulations to him. His son Ross Kenseth, also a driver, and he was with us on the pre-race show. Was Matt? You asked about that. He tweeted, said, "Sorry, Dad, I couldn't be there, but you're up on the wheel and hoping you win."
Well, and if I had to put a guy behind the wheel late in the race and do the job, it's Matt Kenseth. He's amazing. He's cool under fire. He was calm on that restart. Jeff Gordon fell way back. Matt just waited and waited for Gordon to get there, and then he made the perfect restart, executed a perfect 2 laps, and won the race. An awesome job by that team. And thanks to Food City and everybody that helped make tonight such a special day for Steve Byrnes and Stand Up to Cancer.
And Matt with the sign as well. Started on the pole, was never out of the top 10. Let's check in with another driver having a good night with Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Matt Yoakum is standing by.
What a great run by Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in a 17 car last year, a 2nd and a 6th tonight, a 4th. Describe how you got there.
Man, it was tough. It was a battle all night. We had our zest forward rolling pretty good. We still lack a little bit to go up there and lead laps and run with those guys, but man, all night we dug hard. Nick got us some good pit strategy there early to get us out front. Spotter Mike Herman did a great job for me, calling all those wrecks. We had a lot of wrecks in front of us. We were able to miss it. Our Ford was zestfully clean until there towards the end. One of those wrecks, the 11 got into us and really killed the back of it. But, I'm glad we went back racing. We got 2 more spots in the top 5 out of it. So hopefully we can continue this momentum. We knew this was a good track coming for us. And, we want to hopefully be able to continue to do this on the 1.5 miles later on.
Momentum building top 5 for Ricky Stenhouse.
15th place finish doesn't even begin to tell the story for Kurt Busch today, working with a fill-in crew chief. You had vibration early, right front damage, a pit lane penalty, and you were still in position to win this race. Take us to lap 476, though. It's when you guys decided to come pit from the lead. Any second thoughts on that one?
Well, you forgot that the driver spun, too. We had a very, very eventful day. I don't even know how to describe it. But this is a good sign that we had good long run speed, and that's the most positive thing to take from the last couple weeks where we didn't have that long run speed. So I think we found some good things in our Haas Automation Chevrolet. So all in all, 500 laps here, you're right up on that edge, and we had 100 laps on our tires. I thought we needed to pit. Klossmeyer thought we needed to pit. And then I was thinking, this is the Bristol of old. We might be able to get away with staying out. And sure enough, Kenseth brought it on home to victory lane, so congratulations to him. We had fresh tires coming up through. Edwards pushed the cushion. He hit some ice. I hit the same stuff, or he was throwing the marbles out on the track, and I just got sucked right in there. I was like, I'm watching him wreck, but I couldn't do anything to avoid him. And so we salvaged 15th. The car could have won. Thanks, Gene. Sorry we didn't get a win. He would have said to pit. Gene also would have said to pit if you're watching. So, but thanks to everybody, Monster Energy, State Water Heaters, Mobile One, Rush Truck Centers, Hendrick Engines, the great group that we have at Haas, at Stewart Haas Racing. Real proud of them. We'll get it. We're not going to get one win. We're going to get many wins.
It was an exciting night for Kurt Busch.
So Matt Kenseth is in the chase, winning you're in. So 6 drivers with victories this year. He led the final 34 laps and had to lead 4 different times to do it. And it was a rough night. Jimmy Johnson rallied for a 2nd place finish. But for those other guys, Logano, Keselowski, Hamlin, Harvick, all involved in wrecks or difficulty.
We've seen such dominance from Harvick and Jimmy Johnson. Those points are beginning to matter more and more. If you're down around 10th to 16th and you've got those points, that's going to be valuable, Chris, because I don't see Harvick or Jimmy Johnson slowing down anytime soon.
And Matt Kenseth, call him Rain Man, because when you think of his 2 Daytona 500 wins, one of them 2009 rain shortened, and then he won the one that was moved to Monday night in prime time and won that as well because of rain, and withstood a marathon here with wrecks and rain. and red flags. In fact, this racing coliseum became the theater of the absurd by the end of the night.
Well, I think we saw everything that we could possibly see with the champions, the dominant cars from 2015 having accidents. We saw more wrecks than ever. I mean, Clint Boyer had a crash with 25 to go. He's tore all the pieces. He salvaged a top 10 finish. So there was certainly stuff to be gained by hanging around, but there was also a lot to be lost.
And for Toyota, a victory. Joe Gibbs, who's had success, obviously, with Denny Hamlin. We hope the neck spasms are okay for him.
Yeah, we're thinking about you, Denny, and that's 2 wins on the short tracks for the Toyotas. So we know they're going to be strong there as we go to Richmond this weekend. Look for them to be good there as well.
Yeah, for Michael Waltrip, Chris Myers, our entire NASCAR crew, all the drivers and fans who hung with us throughout the long day and night and in support of Steve Byrnes and Stand Up to Cancer, we thank you very much. Stick around. Fox Sports 1 continuing. Ryan Field and Don Bell will pick it up with highlights of all the baseball and NBA and more racing. So long for now.
Sorry about that, guys. As this rain comes in.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.